Right? It should be
Ah,
green.
yes.
Yeah.
So after you will.
Can I check?
One,
No,
two.
no, no, sir. Just.
Get one, can I say? Sorry, just one.
So, you know what? You want to switch it off? It's better. Turn it on for a second. It's on. So just mute it. A very good morning, everybody. May I have your attention, please? So once more, a very good morning. My name is Dr. Anna Tarabash. I am the Dean of Teaching and Learning. I am the Head of School of Business and Head of School of Humanities, and it is my pleasure, my privilege, and my pride to welcome all of you here attending the World Biometrics Day 2022 in Dubai. I would like to say that it's a great pleasure not only to see such a tough minds coming here, but a young audience that is interested in the topic. I believe this is one of the many events to come, and I strongly believe that we are growing in importance. Normally, the World Biometrics Day, it is celebrated on the 8th of October. However, today we are holding the events as in the 7th of October. Because tomorrow we are going to celebrate Prophet Muhammad's birthday, and that is why we were not able to hold this event on the World Biometrics Day. Let me give you a warm introduction on behalf of the academic community of the Curtin University. We are not only located in Dubai, just to let you know, we are 5 campuses, 5 global campuses, and encircling the Indian Ocean, with the mother campus in Perth, campus in Dubai, campus in Singapore, Mauritius, and Malaysia. So I'm sincerely looking forward that we are starting in Dubai, but we will visit all the 5 in the subsequent sessions. And just to let you know that a year ago, we have been absolutely privileged to be awarded the honorary membership of spreading the awareness about the biometrics. Therefore, it is my pleasure to welcome on the stage the president of the Global Biometrics Council, Professor Barbara. Barbara, we are looking forward for your introduction, for warm welcome to the crowd, and thank you for making that event happen.
Thank you so much. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Anna, for having us. It's a huge privilege, and today is the day of so many amazing events that I can't just believe it. First off, you are the honorable member of the association that is the Global Biometrics Council. Not only you, but the whole university access the association. And our association actually is the group of people, our crazy team of international, not only scientists, but also practitioners decided to cover the so important and highly innovative issue that is biometrics. And we got 2 main goals. First, to promote and also to educate, as we, I hope, will today, and to talk about the so important issue of biometrics in both ways. That is the scientific and also the practice, so business way. That's why this is so important meeting today, because it's not only be academic discussion, that will be also the discussion of a real madmen that decided to create the ideas and the concept based on biometrics. We will have few different panels. It will cover the business, it will cover the scientific approach, and also the banking sector and finance sector approach. So we are so happy that you're having us here. Dubai is a place where the sky is the limit. So today we can say sky is no limit. Yeah, sky is no limit, guys. And today we will having, I think, lots of interesting speeches, and I will be very happy to join a few of the panels as well, as Anna will. So. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I think it's official that we can start the World Biometric Day today in Dubai, 7th of October, 2022. I would like just to welcome warmly all the audience and obviously great participants that came here from many different places that you will just hear about.
If I may add to what Barbara was saying, the sky is not only the limit, there are footprints on the moon, and Dubai and UAE is successful in sending even missions to Mars. So that is the decision, and that is showcasing out the direction in which we are going. As you're rightly saying, that Dubai is a place of amazing opportunities, amazing possibilities when we are considering that there are no limits for anything. However, from the organizational point of view, okay, first and foremost, I know that you are just keen on taking as many photos as possible. It will be lovely if you could tag Curtin University Dubai. That's the first thing I may ask you for. Second, World Biometrics Day, and of course, Global Biometrics Council. That's the third request of mine. As you can see, we are heading towards becoming carbon neutral. We try to go and to take care of the sustainability. You know, post-corona, we are still very, very careful. That's why each and every one of you has a bottle of water in the front of you, so we could not avoid plastic. But what we try to do, it is, you can see that behind us on the right-hand side and on the left-hand side of mine, you are having two QR codes. The bottom one, it gives you the ability to join seamlessly to the Wi-Fi network. The upper one will be allowing you to access very easily the agenda, though I will try to do all my best to make it as seamless as possible. And as Barbara said, like, yes, we are starting officially the World Biometrics Day, but I would like just at that moment to extend as well a warm welcome to all of those of you who are joining us online, because it's not only this venue, but as well, we are having participants online. We are live on the webinar on Zoom. We are live now on YouTube, so the crowds are there with us. So extending a warm welcome, because they cannot feel what you felt coming to that campus, how warm in Dubai is. And I will only tell you that it's getting better, because now it's only around like 30 few degrees, right? A few months back, it was around 50. So then I could extend a really warm welcome. So let's get started. Okay. So let us move on. Okay, as always, technology fails us. No, it's on. It's a very much on. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, now we are very, 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 very much alive. Okay, so we are starting the amazing session with even more amazing speaker. As you can see, his name is already displayed. Please let me welcome on the stage Trihima Hosbolai from University of Georgia, traveling from US exactly with the 20 hours of a terrible jet lag, sleeping only 2 hours. So this is from the human nature. I just want to introduce him, but I should not have done it without saying why he became the keynote speaker of that event. So just to letting you know that in the front of you stands an associate professor of school and electrical and computer engineering. And of course, the VP on Education, the Biometrics Council, Board of Directors, Document Secretary Alliance, the Director of Multispectral Imagery Lab. Oh my goodness, and the list goes on and on and on. I have a half page of a description. But what I want to tell you, he's a top-notch specialist when it comes to the biometrics. He authored 4 books on biometrics, which are highly cited. So Mahas, without further ado, I just pass the mic to you, and we are muting ourselves. Barbara, let's take the places. All the best. Should I switch off the light, as you said, right?
Sure.
Okay, so guys, we will go into the Egyptian darkness a bit, okay? So you will have a better experience in terms of the keynote speeches and the slides. Let me see, there is a clicker. Okay.
Very good.
So it works now.
It works. Well, thank you so much. And I will, if I am completely jet lagged and I pass out at some point, please forgive me. I'm with 3 cups of coffee, so I think I will be okay. First of all, thank you so much to Anna, Barbara, and Mateus, and all the organizational committee. They have been amazing. If it wasn't for them, as I was always saying, is a matter of how you treat people to convince you to do different things. I know it's a long flight, but I think I'm really enjoying the opportunity and the occasion. It's wonderful, and thank you so much for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity to speak. I know I have 45 minutes. I didn't know about the audience, so I think I overdid it a little bit. So I will go a little bit fast in some slides, so just to make sure I finish on the 45 minutes, and I have the timer too. So what I want to talk to you about is recent challenges in human authentication and beacons for the future. Some various topics. Okay, but because I understand that many of you are not from how many of you are from, but don't have any biometrics background? You can raise your hand if you 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, here you go. So don't be shy. You give me reason to give a little bit of an introduction. So biometrics actually comes from the word Greek word bio, vio. Vios is life and metric to measure. And it refers to the characteristics and processes. Oops, I think it's automatically moving forward. I don't know why, but okay. The characteristics and processes that are unique to individuals, and they can be used to verify or identify a person. The process can be manual, semi-automated, or automated. So if everybody has a phone, right? How many of you have registered your face or your iPhone or your Samsung or your fingerprint? There you go. So you know what is biometrics. So you have used biometrics already. Usually you register your fingerprint or your face, and you try to automatically authenticate yourself, verify yourself, and log into your phone. But it's not only face or fingerprints. There are so many other modalities. For example, the voice, ear, palm, vein, gait, keystroke dynamics, DNA, and ECG that I will speak briefly today. One of my great students did a fantastic job, and I will talk to you about what we worked on in the area of ECG. Many biometrics, while you can use, of course, hard biometrics like face, fingerprints, and iris, sometimes people are using also the so-called soft biometrics. They are not like those modalities, like, for example, they are not modalities, but they'll call them traits or assisted biometrics, when you have gender, ethnicity, the eye color, the age, the weight, or the height that can be used, for example, in a surveillance scenario. Just to give you an example, if I have like 10,000 people that I need to match, to compare against and then verify the identity, sometimes it's easier to say, okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a male, 20, 25 years old with blue eyes, with this type of height and weight. And then I narrow down my search space, and I can easily then apply my biometric and find better, have higher chances to verify the identity instead of going through and match everybody against everybody else, and make potentially some errors and mistakes. Of course, there are other traits like brain waves, odor, and skin that are unique. I haven't worked on those, thank God, because it's just too many, but I have worked outside the imaging spectrum, so you can, with modalities like near infrared, shortwave infrared, and thermal imaging, where you can capture faces or other biometric traits. If you have seen some movies like The Predator or like some other movies, you will see what I'm saying, where you can see the aliens in some kind of a like colored fashion. That's interesting interesting biometric. Now, what do we do in biometrics is basically we're comparing samples, and you have two samples, like two faces, coming from the same biometric, like either face or a fingerprint or an iris. We need to estimate the likelihood of these two samples are coming from the same individual, and against the likelihood that they are different individuals. So here you see an example of twins, and it's one of the problems. It was much harder problem 10 years ago, not anymore as hard as before. People have been working on facial twins for a long time and capture and collect data. So as we move along, here's some things about recent challenges in biometrics. So you will see a lot of especially if you're working in business, but also in research, there are many areas that you can you need to think about. Okay, how can I deal with those unique situations, unique scenarios? When you go and you're using your iPhone or your Samsung and you're using your Face ID, sometimes, you know, if you wear makeup or a lot of makeup in some cases, then maybe you won't be able to be identified. Now, of course, over the years, things have been improved. So I have the experience with iPhone now and Samsung, how things change. But when you enroll, they ask you to wear glasses, different kinds of glasses, whether you wear makeup or not. So now they already know. And when you enroll, you provide different variations of yourself, just to make sure you're properly registered, and then you'll be able to match against yourself and then log in. However, people also using makeup or other transformations to spoof. So one challenging area is face spoofing or other biometrics traits. The challenge of spoofing is important. Also, deep fakes. I will briefly talk today. Biometrics hygiene is something that came up through COVID. For example, I was asked by another institute all of a sudden to say, okay, what can we do about this problem? And I had to work and do some research, and I could not find literature on biometrics and hygiene. Literally only very few people who talked about it. And the challenge with COVID is that, you know, you touch the screen, you touch your phone, touch surfaces. They didn't like that. So what can we do? What kind of processes do we need to use to be able to access you know, our devices and authenticate ourselves at a distance without touching devices and spread you know, viruses? A challenging problem. Physiological biometrics and hard ID, for example, I will talk a little bit today more deeply. Night vision, face synthesis is another area. Ocular pathologies, that's what for my friend Matt, it's another area very important. For example, you want to access the system and you have your iris, but you know you have some kind of a disease. How can you access that system? Ethics and privacy, it has become, it changed tremendously in the last like 5 to 7 years compared to like when I started like 20 plus years ago. And also document image restoration for my friend here that he was talking about. That's my face when I was younger. And then you try to match 22 hours ago. And then you try to match yourself a document photo against a live photo, which is another big problem. So I will start a little bit with the advances in ECG-based human authentication. I'll go a little bit deeper about biometrics and see what we can do in this area. So some people were saying in the past, oh, can I use my brain waves? Can I use my heart signature to verify my identity? And actually, there were some researchers that actually did that, and it was amazing that I don't know if you knew that, but your heart signature can be so unique that you can identify yourself. Although I was in the area of biometrics, I was very skeptical about it. But actually, there were a lot of studies, and one of my friends from Canada, she was presenting in this area, and I saw the results. I'm like, okay, that's promising. Then I had one of my master's students, and I said, okay, you want to work on this just to see what we can do about it? And she was one of the best students I ever had. In 2 years, she did an amazing job. And so the question that when you do research and have students, you ask basically what are you interested in working on? And the second question is, what can we do about it? What is the research question? The research question I asked her first was, okay, can you use the heart signature to identify if somebody has a disease? And the second question I asked is, can you use the heart signature to identify someone? And actually, we can do both. So that's what she did for her master thesis. So the first question, what if your heartbeat is your personal and health ID? That's the first question we had. So the ECG, or also called electrocardiogram, is a bioelectric signal that reflects the heart activity, and it's extensively used as a diagnostic tool since it holds information about the cardiac health condition. And recent researchers have shown that this exhibits inter-subject variability property. So it's important that within yourself you have some variability, but yourself against other people, it's much more variable. So this can be used for different reasons. When your heart ID every day, so if I have my Samsung watch and or iPhone or iWatch, if you're using, now what they are doing is that you say there is one feature that's called sleep, and when you use that, they tell you, do you sleep well or do you have a good sleep? It will actually monitor your heart activity or your sleep patterns, even if you snore. It's very interesting, right? But what it happens is that it will see whether you have a normal sleep pattern or a normal heart rate, and then it will tell you there is a variability between your normal heart rate, something else. They don't want to take responsibility if you have some kind of condition, but it's interesting to see that they are doing those things. And these things happen from somewhere. And some researchers from universities studying all this amazing work, and we moved forward to startups and then to products. But the signal is very important. It's an electric signal that reflects the activity of the cardiac cycle. So if you see here, this is an example of a signal. I don't know why it automatically moves, but okay. This is a signal. You can see all those points, the PQ, RST, and each point in each area, small area, reflects different activity actually of your heart. So it starts from an electric impulse that travels through the sinoatrial node to the walls of the atria, causing them to contract. And as they contract, different parts of the signal are highlighted. And then you expect to have a continuous a waveform that represents your heart signature, which is supposed to be good. And so you don't have any kind of problems, health-related problems or challenges. One of the challenges, of course, in biometrics is sensing. And how do we actually, we have your watch again. Now the things change. I remember the old watches that you're just using like that. Now that you have to use your 2 fingers or move it up better in your wrist, different sensors that they're using. All those things have changed over the years because they found out that the way you interact with the device and the sensors really impact the quality of the signal, and as a result, the quality of your outcome, your potential outcome. In this case, the outcome is to make sure that you are your heart is working fine, or also to identify someone. Now, what the doctors are doing, they will use different leads across your heart, and there are certain leads that you can you measure the different differences of plus or minus or only minus, and then you can all those electrodes connected together. It will give you certain signals. For example, the 3, the 2, the 1, all those signals, and then you can tell which one of those are more important and which will give you more information about your heart quality or maybe your identity. So we have the lead 1, lead 2, lead 3, and then you have the augmenting vector right, left, or foot. And all those leads require certain connections. You assume that the doctor will do a fantastic job. When you do the collection in the area of biometrics, sometimes even students do that. You don't have a doctor all the time with you. So this creates another challenge, the way you with the signals. But what we did is found data from there are multiple data sets around the world in the area of heart identity and heart condition too. What they did, we tried to create 2 approaches. One approach is to, as I said, to detect whether you have some condition, and we selected one of the conditions called arrhythmia. Arrhythmia is actually a Greek word, arrhythmia. Rhythmos is the rhythm, and when you say from in front in any Greek word, it becomes like the absence of a rhythm. So if you have an absence of rhythm in your heart activity, all of a sudden you may have some kind of a problem, right? What we've learned, and I'm not a doctor, is that there are different types of arrhythmia, and there are a lot of people suffering from this condition. So heart diseases is #1, the global cause of death, according to American Heart Association, just in 2018. The heart fails to contract or beat at the correct rhythm. It affects more than 1 million in US alone, according to different studies. And it can be used as a diagnostic to make sure you're doing okay or not. So while you start actually working through this problem, you have a normal and abnormal ECG. If you actually, this is the plot of the 3 different patients. And this was from a data set, from a real data set with doctors. So they collected good data. This is supposed to be patient, but actually we call them in biometrics many times participants or subjects of a study. This looks like this is a normal, and this is not normal. So you can see here, if you see the normal and the abnormal, you see something you can tell, even visually, you can tell something is wrong. But you cannot really do this consistently when you have thousands and thousands of samples like that, and you have the temporal information over time. and you have to extract from all those signals the right information to make sure you identify whether you have a condition or not. Now, if you plot it in 3D, then you have your normal beat. You can see how clearly the normal signal looks like versus the right bundle or the left bundle of your heart. And then when you have an abnormal condition, you start seeing something changes. Maybe the intensity, maybe also the number of points. You can see differences. All of them are in the same scale, by the way. So you can actually see what is going on. You can see this depth here of the curve. So it's like a reverse, like a Gaussian distribution, where it's completely absent in a normal heartbeat. So we worked with my student and said, okay, from all those different leads, all those connections, which one are the most important to use to detect arrhythmia? So we worked on this problem. We have the original signal. We extract, you can see the heart cycle here. We have all these data sets from online. We have 47 subjects, 2018 up to, there is a private also with more than 1,000 subjects. Not all of them are available. But as you can see, sometimes I have one session, most of the time, some of them a little bit more. But from all those, we said, okay, whatever is available, with a total of around 407 subjects were data available online. We extract the heartbeat, you extract some specific features, and then you use machine learning or deep learning to detect whether somebody has an arrhythmia. It's a little bit complicated. It sounds, especially in academia, it may sound simple, but actually it's a very complicated problem. The way you trick the signal to detect if somebody has a heart problem. Imagine going to the doctor and tells you that you have an arrhythmia where you don't. That's bad news. Or another bad news, you're fine and actually you do have arrhythmia. So whatever the situation is, you don't want to make those mistakes. The same for cancer and or other health-related conditions. But also for surveillance, you don't want to somebody take your phone and access your phone and your personal information. You want to make sure only you can access your phone. And that's why all those biometrics, including the heart signature, is very important to process them properly, consistently, in a certain way, so you can make sure you have good results. So we extracted different signals. So you can see here how the normal looks like when you extract Fourier transform. You apply, these are called spectrograms. You can see the normal, the right, the left, and the phase bundle. If you subtract from the normal all those bundles, you have these unique characteristics. You cannot tell from this one. You can kind of see the difference, and you can want to exploit this difference to see if somebody has a normal heart signature or not. From all those differences, you want then to extract specific features that you can load into a machine and an algorithm, and the algorithm can tell you with high confidence, yes, you have arrhythmia or not. What we did is not only detect if somebody has arrhythmia, but also verify that they have a particular type of arrhythmia. So there are 4 types of arrhythmia, actually, which I didn't know. So we create those algorithms and we verify the condition, the particular condition. So here you can see if you use completely different features instead of just Fourier transformation, like go to wavelets, it's much clearer. So you can see how the normal looks like versus the right, left, and phase, where you have some condition. So you can see like, can I exploit those differences? Then make sure from each and every individual I can utilize those features and verify the identity, verify that somebody has the condition, and later on even the identity. So we use different leads here. We use different classifiers in machine learning, and we use performance like the accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, and the F-score. I'm sorry, things are moved probably from the this particular version of PowerPoint. Here's one of the data sets that you use is the MIT BIH data set that has arrhythmia. It's a public database. It has 47 subjects, 30 minutes duration for each subject, a sample of 360 hertz. You have the second and the fifth lead. They have all those leads, the connection of the electrodes at the different directions, as I showed before. And then you extract, have the normal and all those 3 types of arrhythmia that you can see here. This is normal. You can see how many beats you have, more than 7,000 are training and 67,000 for testing for normal subjects. And then you have all these abnormal conditions. What you will notice is that they did a collection and most of the signals are for normal people, obviously. You don't have so many data for the abnormal. And this is one of the challenges in machine learning when you have unbalanced data. But we had to do something about it and see how it works. we used a very basic, due to the scale of the data set, we didn't use deep learning for this study. We just said, okay, let's use a basic machine learning. Machine learning, don't underestimate, it's an amazing. We use machine learning, we trained some models, and we found out that, you know, even basic techniques, we're using basic features like local binary patterns can actually give you very good results, highly accurate result about whether you have arrhythmia and what type of arrhythmia you have. And we found out that if you use certain leads or if you use a combination of leads, you can go up to the point of 99.81% accuracy for the data set that we used. Of course, these results, as I always say, if you go to academia and if you give the same presentation, for example, the government or sponsors, potential investors, right? You cannot say, hey, 99.9, give me money now, right now. Okay, you cannot do that because they already know that in order to be able to verify this number, you have to have real data and a lot of data and keep coming in, and then you can actually show in real life, get feedback, and then you keep improving your algorithms and results. You have to show that this is scalable and in real conditions. However, we had a lot of data sets, like 8 data sets. Nobody in the world did with 8 data sets at the same time this kind of a study. So actually, my student did a fantastic job, and we saw that when you use wavelets, for example, and support vector machines, we have very high accuracy identifying the type of arrhythmia. And this is the proposed solution that we have, and we can go up to 99.81% accuracy with our proposed solution. So after she did that, and I'm like, oh my God, she did a fantastic job. I told her, well, I didn't expect even to reach that level of, quality as a student. Maybe now we can use the same approaches to verify who is who. So this is the difference. When you have arrhythmia or not arrhythmia, it's a 2-class problem. When you have you only have normal heartbeat versus 4 types of arrhythmia, you have a 5-class problem. When you have 200 or 400 subjects, you have 400-class problem. And you have to verify that the identity or your heart signature is unique to each individual. So we did this also this work and said, okay, can we do that? We actually follow a similar process. We did different kind of sampling though, and normalization, extracted similar features, and we use machine learning and deep learning solutions. Again, here you can see the difference between the same subjects or different subjects. You can say high in the subject variability here and high in the subject variability here when you use Fourier transformation versus wavelets. We need to exploit this is subject 2 and this is subject 1. So you subtract those 2 subjects, you can see there's a significant difference. You exploit this information to verify the identity. We converted all those one-dimensional signals again, as I said, to Fourier transformation or wavelets. It looks like a 2-dimensional signal now. In many movies, you've seen that the same like voice, and you see something like that, right? We extracted features, and then we develop algorithms. Then you verify that when you use normal and abnormal heartbeat, it doesn't matter because you may use only normal heartbeat and say who is who. But now we use normal and abnormal, so that's the first time we did that compared to others, and it shows highly accurate results. Then we said, okay, maybe we can use some other more like academic, more challenging algorithm. So we use something called spectral correlation in combination with the cyclostationarity of different signals. This concept has been used in radio signals. And this information, like, okay, if I have a normal signal, I can see the spectral frequency like that, like a Gaussian distribution. But if I have a noise, you cannot see that. Then if you use a hard signature one-dimensional, you can exploit this property. And then you can, again, use it to your benefit to verify the identity. And if you subtract from the same subject, the information is pretty smooth for subject 1 or subject 2. But if you compare different subjects, it's pretty clear that it's not you. So we did this, and we again worked on different algorithms. We used actually we had very good reviewers for the conference and the journal, and they told us, okay, well, how about if you combine all the data sets together with normal and abnormal, all collected with using different sensors. It was not a control study. All of them are completely different. And that makes it even harder in biometrics. Imagine asking each and every one of you of taking photos of anyone else of their faces. It will not look exactly the same. An expert will use different settings than a non-expert. And then you combine all of them together and say, okay, now I have like a combined data set of hard signature with normal and abnormal, how I can verify the identity. We did that, and one of my friends, actually, she's Greek and she was in Canada. She was showing me the good results. It was very hard to beat her score. Actually, we did a good job because we had more abnormal too, so we were very proud of it. But at the end of the day, what we show that with one student, one master's student, and 1.5 years of work, we answered 2 questions. Can you use your hard signature to verify that you have arrhythmia, and what type of arrhythmia? And she actually did it with one student. And then I asked her, can you verify the identity of those people also? With 8 different data sets internationally from public data sets, and she did that too. So the message to the students, you can do it. If you sit down and actually work hard, you can do an amazing job. And now she's working like in a big company. So great job. So you have the ECG-based cardiac arrhythmia detection. We verify that, and the human authentication, we use different approaches and actually verify that too. We did a very good job. Now let me go to some challenges, because the talk is about challenges in biometrics, right? Face recognition and makeup is a very challenging topic. This will not stop being a challenging topic. And before I say anything, can you tell me why this is very important now? Exactly. Why else?
Beauty in the morning and the
You're going to the right direction.
monster in the evening, right? After wiping it off.
Beauty. So that's the key word. Deep fakes is the next one. You're very close. Everybody's using a phone, right? You know how many people in the world are using their phones and are using beauty filters? Yeah. Actually, it has become like a kind of a standard for the young generation to use beauty filters, because they feel like if they don't, they will not look good, and then their friends can be mean about that. This is an international problem. It's not only a problem like in US. It's everywhere that people are using filters. So if you go in certain countries, even in Asia, there was a recent case of a blogger, 80 years old, and she was using beauty filter, and then she forgot to use the filter when she was actually in YouTube, and then they looked at her real face and nobody could believe it was her. Right, so it is kind of a problem. Now imagine using the filters all the time and try to verify your identity. So things are becoming much more complicated, especially when someone is trying to exploit this information. This is from a videos. This is one girl trying this from a video. I have also the link. She does also half of her face. As you can see clearly, all these important characteristics of her face are lost completely with the makeup, and the eyes completely change, and hair, and so the identity just changes. You can see that, you can feel that, the algorithms can detect that too, and then you have to make sure that if you actually run algorithms to have the right supporting algorithm to detect if somebody was wearing a makeup, and then actually verify also the identity after that. It's a very challenging problem. So makeup transformation is important. And if you see there is another study, here's one subject try to spoof. So the same lady here tried to impersonate all these targets. This is from a recent study. I have the okay, so you can see here from the Kardashian to Adele and another famous Drake, right? And she used makeup or any other prosthetics to make sure she looks very similar to those folks. It's not exactly the same, but it shows you that even a single person with no other further experience or it's not a master, it's not like in Hollywood, she can do this job and try to impersonate other people. And there is a study that shows that even the results are changing dramatically when you do this kind of changes and using the face. Of course, the face, and as we'll talk later on, is not the most popular now for various reasons, but I'm not going to go there. But this is what happened. So yesterday I bought a new phone, right, Matt? And I enrolled with my face, right? Put the glasses on, put different glasses on, and try to enroll. Imagine now somebody trying to access your phone and then using makeup or no makeup. How complicated the process becomes to extract the real features and say it's you or not you.
That's why Iris is good.
Yes, Iris is better, but there's still spoof Iris too. Now, this is for my friend over here that we had a brief talk. So in 2009, somebody came and told me, do you know that, can you match my passport with your live photo? I'm like, what? Now, that sounds interesting. You're doing face recognition, right? I said, yes. Can you match my face to your passport, to my passport? And I'm like, oh, I haven't done this before. He said, okay, there's a conference 1.5 months. Why don't you try to do that? So I went on my own and collected data on my own with different, you know, here you can see myself or some other of my students. And then I tried to say, okay, I'll collect a few data from different, it's even a small scale data set, around 30 people. And I want to see what kind of challenges do we really have? And nobody else has done this before. It was very interesting to me. So you have the person-related problems, like hairstyle, expression, pose of the individual, aging factor. And the aging factor is a key importance, right? When you take your passport, now it's maybe 5 or 10 years in some countries. Imagine after 10 years how you look like when you register your passport, and then how you look in real life. It's unbelievable. The difference is tremendous. Then you have the document related, like watermarks, as you can see here, variations of the quality, tonality of the face, and also the scanning device you can use. If you use a scanner or you use a camera or a photo, it looks completely different. So here is my face, and this is my passport image using a Nikon camera, and my passport image using a scanner. It's completely different. Okay, so how do you match it? What kind of device are you going to use? Are you going to use a cell phone? Or are you going to use what kind of filters are you going to use? And how do you do that? So it's very complicated. And also only when you standardize the process, you have high chance of verify the identity. Of course, now you have deep learning, much easier than 13 years ago, right? And then somebody says, okay, if I want to send it through a fax machine, how will I look like? So we did also the study, all those documents, because for legal purposes, you want to send a fax through a fax and you want to verify the identity. But if you do that, you can actually use an online faxing software for fax, right? You can actually send it or not send it via a fax machine. You have a different data set, or actually send it, take it from the other side, and it looks like that. And then you scan it, and then your own face, the original passport, looks like that in the end. So the question is like, can you verify? And absolutely all algorithms fail completely, even commercial matters. And it makes sense, right? Here you cannot see anything. So we see, basically I sit down. At that time, I was still doing a lot of coding. Thank God I'm not doing anymore. And then I was like, okay, how can I restore the information? So I use different algorithms. So if it looks something like that, then after a lot, even if you have this kind of noise, it looks so much better. And this is with the complete absence of the eyes. So if you see, at least you can see something if you're using this particular algorithm. It's not deep learning, it's just mathematics. So somebody else brilliant did this algorithm, but never tuned it in combination with other algorithms to actually solve the problem. So here is that, again, those the same subject and how they look like here, right? And then you can see, basically, absence of the face, the eyebrow, it starts looking much better. At least it's not something like that. You can exploit this information from here now. You can even use the eye ring. Here you cannot even tell that she's wearing an eye ring. And now after this, you can restore it, and then you can match the original with after restoration photo. Before you cannot see that there are any wrinkles, and after that you can see even the wrinkles. Can you believe that? From there and the restoration, you can see something like that. I know it may not be visible because again, the projector's quality is much lower than actually my laptop, but anyway, I can show it to you. And this is Kevin, one of the professors Notre Dame. Every time I show it to him, he's laughing. But you have the fax combination, or when you print or you scan, and then you can see how this is highly impacted, washed out completely information. You cannot see anything, right? And this is the restored photo. And actually, this can be matched, and you can verify the identity. This is actually after a lot of heavy. If anyone is interested, I can show you in my laptop how much better it looks like in the laptop. And then we applied also with driver licenses. And again, you cannot see a thing over there, right? And then you apply the same technique, it can be actually pretty clear. And this is only with a few steps, algorithmic steps, like instantaneous. No learning, nothing, just smart mathematics. And now we go to the problem of deepfakes. And and now we are going to the area of serious problems now and for the future. And what I will show you is a video that actually, I was in a conference, and I'm like, okay, if that's the case now, I think we're done. It's really scary. And not only it's scary, but they use, of course, a lot of post-production, but if you see the outcome, you will be amazed. So enjoy.
In this reel, you're going to see my amigo, Chris Newman. He's going to introduce to you the wonderful world of details, how AI and VFX are unlocking the future of our imagination. What's up, TikTok? You guys cool if I play some sports?
So this is a guy that actually looks like Tom Cruise, and but they use deep fakes and different algorithms, obviously, and it works really well. They did also post-production. It's not like an academic algorithm that you use it and that's it. So they actually sit down and did a lot of post-production to remove any glitches, any challenges, to make it look really realistic. It took him some time to do that, but in the end, it actually did a good job, and then you can see the outcome. And the outcome was so people actually watch this video, and here's all online people that are watching the video. So many people, and you can tell that if you want to impersonate somebody else, this has become a real problem right now. Anyway, since due to time, another problem is ocular pathology. So you were saying about iris that it's not a problem. Everything can be a problem, even the heart. They have papers now spoofing the heart signature. I mean, you can imagine that, right? They can spoof everything, and then you start spoofing the identity. You can spoof your heart condition. They can spoof your iris, your face, your ocular information. But in some cases, you don't need to spoof anything. You actually may have some kind of a condition, like some pathology from your iris, or pathology around your iris that can impact again your signature, and you cannot verify the identity. And those things you cannot easily control. Imagine having a rash on your eye, and then impacts your eyelid, and then impacts your identity. All this impact the identity, and this can be important in the end to be able to. They can impact your the confidence of the algorithm to verify your algorithm and verify your identity, or other conditions. Another problem that people are working on and discussing lately is the ethics and privacy. So it has always been a problem, but it has become much more important problem in the last few years. So if you can see what's going on right now in Europe, and as a result in certain states in the US, and now probably as a result in the whole US and in India, also it's very important. So there is a study, and this is from Nature, by Richard Van Norden. If you go online, and they did a lot of surveys. I'm sorry you cannot see everything here. I don't know how to move this. Okay, maybe here. So this face recognition, it's a surveys on ethics, and they asked several questions to 480 participants. One of the questions is, you can see the demographics, where are they from all over the world. And one of the questions is, researchers use large data sets on images, people's faces, to train and test face recognition algorithms. What kind of permissions do researchers need to use such images? So I can go online and I'll take a photo of you, and then I can use your photo. Is this allowed?
In UAE, no.
There you go. Not in UAE.
Yeah, 500,000 dirham penalty.
There you go, and that's amazing, right? But this is also happening in Europe and in US. It's not that you can take photo of everybody else and then you can do whatever you want. So there are certain rules, right? But the question is here was not about what's actually happening, is what the perspective of people is about what's happening. So they were asking, how do you feel about this? Do you feel okay? And researchers, they said 40% said that they should get informed consent from people before putting the faces in the database. If I take a photo of you, I need a consent form to say for you, let's say, yeah, you can do that or not. And the second highest was that the sellers can use online photos when the terms of or license permit that use. And so when I use a photo, I have to actually cite it, the same for biometrics. There were many questions. The study has a lot of things, but is it ethical to do face recognition on vulnerable populations? And they said ethically acceptable so long as the population gives consent. How about if the population is manipulated or threatened? And then say, okay, I have to do that. You don't have a saying on this. So many people say, oh, maybe they are not in. You don't have the freedom to say yes and they consent, but they actually don't. So people start having these questions and concerns because the technology can be used for good as every technology, but also can be used for bad. And we as researchers and you as the future, students and in the workforce, you have to make the right decision and you have to be on the good side. How can we do good and not do bad? And how we can deal with people that actually do bad and then try to be a light source in this world, right? This doesn't move. There are also other question here. I have to move this up and down, but how comfortable are you with facial recognition technology being used in the following ways? Police identifying a suspect after a crime. Oh, many people said I'm comfortable with it, but also some said, I'm not very comfortable. And the other extreme is anyone looking up somebody's identity is acceptable. And most people said, no, this is unacceptable. Schools registering students and checking the attendance. Many said it's unacceptable, but some said I'm extremely comfortable with that too. But you can see that depending on the question and the level, the intensity of the question or the specificity, you can see that it's a different answer you get every time. Not everybody agrees on everything, and not everybody is well informed to agree or not disagree. And sometimes that's the problem. So if it's our responsibility to inform the population of the challenges, especially on technology that they may not be very well aware or understand it, so that people can make a better decision on those things, and as a result, also the government and so on, right? So there are many things. Anyway, here are some ethics from biometrics in discussion. This is from Anil Jain from MSU. There are a number of lawful and legitimate applications of face and biometric recognition which we need in our society. So we can use biometrics in a way that is to do good, but at the same time, the technology can be misused. It's our responsibility to find those cases and then do the proper, follow proper channels and develop those laws that actually protects the public and ourselves and our children. So I left my introduction in the end because I didn't want to spend more time about myself, but mostly about what you can experience with the research. I'm Machos Boulai. I'm the founder and director of the Multispectral Imagery Lab. I have like 4, 5, 6 adjunct positions. Probably have to stop. And I have some experience in the area of biometrics. Many have much more, believe me. It's just it's a matter of priorities, and you have to control it. Okay, and this is my contact information, my office number. Please visit us at mylab.uga.edu to see our publications. I have 4 books in biometrics and other areas, and I'm working on the 5th one. Probably have to stop. And also I have some, I work in the Biometrics Institute. I'm executive secretary at NIST in the United States for face recognition. It's a working group, amazing people working there. I've learned a lot. I feel that I am the youngest, and I'm learning a lot from all those folks. I was also the vice president on education at Rebel Biometrics Council for 2 years, and I'm also a board member of directors, Document Security and Alliance. For example, that you may be interested, documents and how they're legitimate for driver license and all. Thank you so much. That's my areas. This is my areas of expertise. If you need any information, let me know. Visit us over there. Thank you so much for your attention. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, I didn't take much of your time.
Okay, so now we can turn the light on. Thank you so much, Mahas, for this absolutely stunning presentation. I think that some people were very humble, saying like, no, 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 we do not. Yes, thank you so much. Some people said like, yeah, I have a little understanding what a biometrics is, but I think that the further we go with that event, the understanding of the biometrics is going to go deeper and deeper and deeper. Let me just flip between the slides and welcome on the stage. Just if you could please wire yourself up, we will just go ahead. So we are now getting towards the legal aspects and business trends in the biometrics. Which is going to take another 45 minutes of ours. And after the amazing speech of Mahas, I think that you are getting excited knowing what we can do and how we shouldn't fake the biometrics challenges. But now please let me welcome on the board. Already with me here, it is Mr. Marcin Trugan, the CEO of the Association of Financial Companies in Poland. And it is my pleasure to, along with him, I'll ask to join on the stage the 4 remaining panelists. So over to you. And for the panelists, please make sure that you will take your seats here. And I will just pass the mic here for the panelists and over to you. Pleasure.
Thank you very much. It's a big honor to be here. Thank you for having me. Speaking after such good speakers, always very difficult. So, especially when you're talking about legal aspects. So I know that it's gonna be complicated, but let me just put my presentation on. Just a second. Okay. Okay, so one more time, welcome everybody. As I said, it's a privilege to be here in Dubai, speak about legal and also business trends. My name is Marcin Trugan. I'm representing an association called Związek Przedsiębiorstw Finansowych. Actually, it's in Polish. So in English, it's going to be Association for Financial Companies. I will give you a very small, short introduction about the legal aspects. And after that, we'll speak about business trends in biometrics, which I guess for you would be much more interesting. However, before I start my boring legal presentation, I prepare a small quiz. I encourage you to take part in it because I prepared some rewards for a good answer. Yes. So the question would be, when biometrics technology was used for the first time for personal identification?
Professor, you are disqualified.
Is it the 19th century? Is it the 20th century? Or was it in 21st century? Who stands for A? Okay. Who stands for B? More. And who stands for C?
Professor abstained.
No, he was disqualified.
He was disqualified, yeah, exactly. It was 19th century, so congratulations for you. Yeah, the British empires used a palm print to capture and to detect the criminals in 19th century already. Okay, so I prepared such agenda for my introduction speech. We'll go through now, and we'll start from a very short introduction of my company. The company Association for Financial Companies is located in this beautiful city. And truly, this is the most beautiful city in Poland. I know that there are some other spots, but this is Gdańsk.
It's nice to be the most beautiful city.
Yeah, this is Gdańsk. We are located in Gdańsk. This is the north of Poland. And actually, the association is based in Gdansk, but we associate financial companies across whole Poland. Currently, we associate over 90 financial companies from a different area of financial services, as you can see: banks, debt collection agencies, non-banking loan credit providers, the technology companies called fintechs, crowdfunding platform, credit register. We are a member of Eurofinas, which is the biggest consumer credit federation based in Brussels, Belgium. So yeah, this is the ZPF. ZPF means Związek Przedsiębiorstw, so that's why this is the abbreviation of ZPF. Okay, let's start from the etymology of the word biometric, and I have the same slide as you, but we didn't talk to each other before, really. But it makes me help to make some legal conclusion of it, because as Spear said, bio means life and metric means measures. And going to the more sophisticated definition, we got the NIST, very good definition of NIST, which is the science and technology of measuring and statistic analyzing biological data. Biological data is the crucial term of this. And I think from the Collins dictionaries have also very good definition. We got test and device use biological information about a person to create a detailed record of their personal characteristics. Personal characteristics. So if you are talking about personal characteristics, we also talk about personal data. And it doesn't matter what type of a biometrics we are talking about. Even those heartbeat, as you mentioned, can be qualified as a personal data. So if we are talking as of DNA, ear, iris, retina, doesn't matter. All these are personal data. It's because the definition of personal data is very broad and wide. So it covers all information relating to the natural person, identified or identifiable. And it doesn't matter directly or indirectly. So that means we are dealing with personal data. Okay, so if we are dealing with personal data, that means we need to deal with data protection, which is obvious. And the European system of data protection is composed mainly of something what we call GDPR. So this is General Data Protection Regulation. This is a legal act that all 27 countries in the European Union have to follow by. I also take the note that in the United Arab Emirates, there have been a very big reform of the data protection. And it was, and there has been issued a federal decree law number 45 on protection of personal data. And analyzing those two systems, there are a lot of similarities. Okay, so most important from the legal point of view is the classification of the two types of data. So we got the data, we got personal data, and we got sensitive data. And I won't surprise you if I say that biometric data is, of course, sensitive data. What does it mean? That means we are dealing with a special regime. You mentioned about consent, which is one of the legal grounds for processing such data. Of course, we need the explicit consent. Consent can be continuous and can be withdrawn at any time. It doesn't matter, because processing any type of data, you need some legal grounds, for example, a consent. But what's the crucial for dealing with sensitive data is the test of assessments. So when the data controller wants to process sensitive data, first has to make some assessment. And those assessments are at least composed by two big assessments. First, we call it the assessment of proportionality. So the assessment of the necessity of proportionality of the processing operation in relation to the purposes. And the second, especially called in the United States, the privacy impact assessment, is the assessment of the risks to the rights and freedom of data subject. It sounds clear. It isn't very sophisticated obligation. However, going into more detail, and of course, if we want to store the data, sensitive data, we need to have technical and organizational measures. So coming into practice, we see a lot of different DPAs, data protection authorities, decisions on the same, sometimes in the same situation. Look at this. Polish DPA finds a school who use fingerprints technology to capture whether students paid for the lunches. Why? And of course, the students who used the biometric technology were served first before those who didn't, because they could be more quicker checked. Why? Because it was decided that it creates unnecessary unfairness. Yeah. The second one, the Holland DPA finds company that use the data to take its employees' attendance and time registration. Why? Because it was decided to process employees' biometric data that was disproportionate. And coming to the final conclusion, as entrepreneurs who wish to use biometric data, first conclusion is trivialism. Usage of biometrics associated with the innovation. Second one, it should be more clear whether company possess legal grounds for processing data while using biometrics. Maybe some guidelines with examples are needed. Third, full flexibility in decision of DPAs, even upon consent. The strongest legal ground for processing such data may lead to technical innovation limitation, because companies will be worried about being fined by DPS if they don't have a stabilized situation. And the last one, we need to keep balance between data protection and innovation improvement. And my very last closing remark would be a praise for a very good quote from His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Olama, who is the Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence in the United Arab Emirates, who said that the EU believes in the balance between protecting data privacy and fostering innovation in the economy. And I truly believe in those words. It was a pleasure and going to the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, so I talk about legal aspects a little bit, of course. We could go deeper, but I don't know if anyone would rest with this. So now I would like to give a floor to the business. So I encourage to join me on the stage, Jan Scheidau, who is a CEO of the company called Ident. Welcome Krzysztof Biernacki, who is the CEO of Digital Gateways. And welcome Salih Ismail, Program Coordinator, School of Science and Engineering, Dubai. And let me check if we got Michał Łukasiewicz, Director, please sit, from the Office of Anti-Fraud System, Big Group. Do you hear me, Michał?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, everybody.
So Michał is coming from Poland, although he's not coming, he's talking from Poland. Hello, Michał.
Hello.
Okay, so let's start this business panel, gentlemen. And my first question would be to Krzysztof Biernacki. Digital Gateways, just a second, provides authentication and consumer onboarding for KYC process. Please tell me, where did you find the usage of biometrics technology, and where there have been the biggest challenges while implementing the technology in practice?
Hello, can I be here? Well, Marcin, thank you for the invitation for the panel, and thank you for having me here. It's a great question, because it's really oriented on the business side of the technology, and this is what we really like, because the science and the business has to always be together, and this is what we do appreciate. And what we look on for this from the business side, it's like our company is really focused on the full onboarding process. So there are many elements of that process. When you onboard the company, the individual customer to be a customer of another institution or another business, it's really a critical moment of truth. So all the verifications of the customer has to be really valid. And what's really important is the user experience of this process. And here we have different elements of the technology that we try to combine. And one of them, of course, is biometrics. It's really focused on the data that we can receive from the face. Different element, Jan can mention more about it. Different element of the face that makes the customer more unique, but it's not all of that. Additionally, you have to be sure, because each technology, like even mentioned by the professor, can be deep faked or can be somehow compromised. So what we do, we go to different additional elements of the business check. So we verify, for example, governmental databases of the customer, whether this is the valid person, the reliable person. We also extend the process for, especially for the credit products, where you need to verify, for example, the income. I have also my colleague here, Michał, that is working with the open banking data. So digital gateways is kind of, merging the two elements, the many elements, in fact. So the biometrical verifications, the open banking data, some additional check, and finally we conclude the process with the digital signing. So on the business side, you have to always have the declaration of the customer that the signature is given. So having the process like this, it's kind of unique. And the biggest challenge, of course, was to combine all of those elements to make like a very convenient process for the user, and finally to sign the agreement to start doing the business with this customer. So this is the key element.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I do understand that process end to end. Yeah. Okay. So Jan, the question to Jan Szajda, who represent the Ident company. You are already international company, we can say that. Yeah. One of your services is to help your partners with the you can say being a compliance with anti-money laundering regulations, like for example providing identity proofing. How are you ensuring accuracy of your services, which is a tricky question, and what sort of technologies behind your services?
Thank you also for the invitation for this event. And for this question, I think that it's a pretty wide question. I will try to answer fast, quickly for that. So I can say that there are few different issues related with the services which we are providing. And we can divide them mainly from the legal perspective and from the technological perspective. So from the legal perspective, it's something which I can refer with for your introduction. And I can say, and I can admit that it's really a challenge to make services in this field. We have to fulfill the regulations on the multiple levels. So the different regulations we have to fulfill in the Europe, different in USA. In Europe, in each country, we have the specific regulations. Adding to that, we have to care about the specific industries and even the scenarios. So in the bank, if we are supporting the opening the account in the bank, there are different requirements than if it's a credit path, getting the credit scenario. So what we are doing, we are creating the architecture of our system in a way that it is combined with different models, which can be set up in a specific way to fulfill the requirements in the given scenario. Adding to that, we have to care about data protection because we are processing the sensitive data, and the law related with, for example, processing the data from the banking industry in the SaaS model is very strict. So because of that, we have, for example, are certified against ISO 2701 to ensure the proper information processing security. And we also are implementing the security on each level during delivering the service. So during designing the service, implementing in testing, delivering, maintaining. So it's a huge process, and that's a lot of stuff related with cybersecurity itself for delivering the service for our customers. From the technological perspective, we are offering the modules for KYC and onboarding process, and also we are supporting AML processes. So we have own dedicated OCR engine for identity documents, face comparison system, liveness detection, and other solutions which allows to perform this process. What we are using mainly from the technological perspective, it's deep neural networks, which help us to achieve the results better than the human can achieve. For example, for the face comparison system. So yes, or age detection and other possibilities. So that's what we are focusing on, and that's how our team works to deliver the processes for our partners.
Okay, but you mentioned about face recognition, yeah, based on biometrics.
Yes, it's a biometric system, and yeah, it's dedicated for the case when we are comparing the photo from the document, like identity document or passport, and the photo of the person who is going through the KYC process.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Sally, question to you relates to the place where we are, because we meet, we are at Curtin University, of course, but once we are in Dubai. Already mentioned that the sky is not the limit of the city, but the city also famous from its innovation. Please tell me, what are the trends now in the United Arab Emirates in terms of using the biometrics?
Sure. Thanks a lot for the question. Now, just a point that I'm not a traditional academician. I was in the industry for a very long time, and I am still very much in touch with the industry. So I would actually like to say that cybersecurity in general is still at its infancy stage in UAE, actually. The official government sector in Dubai was actually, department was formalized only in 2013 and 14. But the thing is, the city and it's very famous and very popular for the fact that the incubation space is really quick. The output, the end result of anything that grows in this place has been quite phenomenal. And that has been the case exactly in cybersecurity as well. There was a time where, anything that's related to identification and authentication systems in UAE was always outsourced. Now, the point is that it has reached to a point where we have companies that are completely dedicated in this space, and the growth has been phenomenal. Just as an example, recently, I am sitting on the tech advisory board of one of the organizations here, and they just hit a $200 million evaluation mark, and their biggest source of revenue is actually biometrics. So the fact that the growth has been such phenomenal, it actually does attract companies from outside, and there's a lot of activities that's going on. And in terms of trends, government has been one of the most important drivers when it comes to biometrics. For instance, one of the biggest example is in Emirates. They started off with obviously smart gate. The whole process was smart gate systems. But again, there was a there is touch points. I mean, again, Professor actually mentioned about the whole concept of biometrics and hygiene, and that's not being spoken about much. And that is very true. Since the inception of COVID, they actually were able to convert it into smart tunnel. So you are able to literally walk through the airport system with zero touch points from the very beginning till you exit the airport with zero touch points. And this was possible because of biometrics. They were actually using iris and facial recognition. So combining government innovations and pushing them and being properly funded, and the fund coming into the private sector has been one of the most influential aspects that really pushes biometrics in the region. Yeah.
Okay, but you mentioned that there were, so primarily it was outsourced, the technology was outsourced. What was the crucial fact that it changed, the mindset changed
The fact is, because as I said, I believe that any technology, adopting that technology, the expertise is one of the biggest factors.
Right.
Now, the infrastructure, again, education has been at the forefront and has been one of the prime factors for the ministry and the cabinet here in the UAE. So pushing and getting the experts and having experts who are local, and that's a really important factor, as you mentioned in your slide, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Omar Sultan. I mean, he has been really pushing in all these aspects in the forefront.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So now we go to Poland, to Michał. Michał, the question, because your business case is quite interesting. You are a credit register, you know, the register where you can find information about potential client. There are building scorings for those who want to get a loan, and any other services. I have a question, because you recently acquired a biometric company, credit register acquired a biometric company. So I have a question, and I'm curious about it. What is the business opportunity you found in such acquisition? And tell us what type of a biometric you have bought.
Thank you, Marcin. Thank you, Marcin, for this question. Yes, I'm broadcasting from Poland, from Poznań, which is equally beautiful to Gdańsk. So please remember.
Not a chance, not a chance.
Yeah, but in Poznań, the temperature is 6 times lower than in Dubai. So that's the situation here. Okay, your question. Yeah, we are the credit register, fully credit register in Poland. We are the only one credit register in Poland. So we operate for whole the financial system for all the banks, and as that we have number of data and ideas how to protect our clients. And part of our strategy, despite of the credit register, is to provide fraud prevention platforms for the financial sector. And we started doing this a couple years ago. And the first platform that we developed was the platform to prevent credit frauds. So now you can imagine that all the credit applications from the whole financial sector in Poland is coming to our system, and we just do the checking the connections, looking for fraudulent rings, for different rules. We have scoring over that. So we really have a successful endeavor here, so that the strategy worked very well. And our clients, our financial system has another pain, like other financial systems. The pain is like cyber security and cyber crimes and online crimes. Yes, so we were wondering how we can, having this successful story for the credit area, how we can help our clients, financial institutions, banks, to prevent cyber crimes, in fact, online scams, social engineering, etc. So we found that we can use biometrics for doing that, and we can use biometrics in a way that we did it in credit area. I mean, by sharing data, by collecting data from different sources. And for doing that, we discovered that there was one company specializing in Poland in behavioral biometrics. This company is called Digital Fingerprints, and initially it was launched 5 years ago. Now it provides services to different banks, and based on that solution, we built our sectoral biometrics solution for preventing cyber crimes. And probably are wondering how it works. We use biometrics to learn how the user behaves using the device in real time. So this concept is based on procedural memory of humans, mainly, yeah. So each of us has a unique way of pressing buttons, moving mouse, keeping the mobile device, etc. So based on that, we can profile each individual and protect the identity in electronic channels. And above that, we add the sectoral, umbrella. So we applied this biometrics for the sectoral protection. Yeah, it's something unique, I think, so in the world, because we are doing this by collecting data from different sources. It means that our models and our biometry learns faster, and it's more accurate than in standalone modes. So
Okay,
that's what the concept is.
Okay, so to sum up, you use behavioral biometrics to prevent from fraud actions. Did I say it right?
Yes, right. To prevent from fraud actions in online channels.
Okay.
Check whether the identity is not, scammed in any way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so the next question I will ask Krzysztof, because we all talk about biometrics, but I would like to also speak about using biometrics in a massive way. So, by society. And we have a lot of obstacles to do this. Do you think, Krzysztof, based on your experience, that consumers are ready to absorb the technology? And what can be, in your view, the future of the technology? If you want to imagine what would be the future biometrics.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's really touching the most important element, which is the customer. Because in fact, we all of us should be focused on the customer in using any technologies that we provide to the market, to the business, and the way how we see it, it's in fact the technology is already there. Everybody is like we all mentioned here. It's using we are using the facial recognition on the phones. When going through the airport, so we can go through like for example you mentioned, and it's the way how we like to do it, because as a matter of fact people are a bit lazy, maybe not all of them, but some of them at least, and they want to to go as convenient as possible. And this is it's all about the user experience, I would repeat. But in fact, we see many obstacles here, because some of the regulations that are, for example, in different sectors, they don't allow to collect as many data as possible. For example, the difference between the telco business and, for example, the banks in Poland or the other countries, they were able to absorb the facial recognition for the onboarding process. But for example, in telco, it's still a question mark because of the surplus of the data that you are providing to the organization. And the regulation says not necessarily all the data that you provide, it's necessary to onboard the customer. So it's really a problem of going forward, and there are some countries that they are even more on this side, but it really depends on the intent to go to innovate. And if we all with the intention of going to the innovation, I think it would move forward. And at the end, it's always about the end user, and the end user decides how they want. But on the other side, we have the regulatory part which sometimes prevents to absorb this in a massive scale. There are many cases that, for example, like Michał mentioned, the behavioral biometry is also growing and boosting recently, because in order to be online, everybody wants to have the processes without visiting a courier or without going to the branches. To do that, you have to select different pieces of the technology and secure the process to the final stage. So as we mentioned before, the customer goes through that as convenient as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is where I think the business challenges meet, unfortunately, the legal aspects. We got in Europe the concept of data minimalization. So collect as less data as you can, not as much as you wish to. And the concept of biometrics is something different. You collect as much data, then you are trying to gain some results. And this is why we have also legal challenges on this field. Okay, so Jan, the question to Jan, because very often biometrics is combined with artificial intelligence. We cannot speak about biometrics without artificial intelligence. Please, where can you see, as a CEO of the company that use biometrics, the usage of biometrics in the future? So what's the future of the technology? And what kind of a service you think it may deliver for companies thinking about, future?
Okay, so I think that if it comes about the usage of the biometrics, it's something like Krzysztof already mentioned that it's more widely used, and we are already using it for our during our today life. So it's become more and more popular. The important fact is also that there are multiple solutions which supports the implementation of the biometrics, not only for the big organizations, but also for the small companies or individuals. So if we are having the Face ID in iPhone, for example, it can be used also for other implementation, like for logging to the mobile application, and it can be used for really everyone, every developer. The interesting part is also the slight other usage of this technology. I will say later about that more, but I can say that we are already using this technology not directly for authorization the specific person, but for checking the liveness of the person, checking the depth of the face. So there is some part of the hardware and solution in the phone which can be used in other solutions. And in general, the biometrics, I believe that it will play the key role in the security in the future for authentication and identification authorization processes, supporting multi-factor authorization. It's more and more platforms which allows to implement and use such elements. It will strengthen the security also using the voice biometric, for example, which helps to minimize the frauds in banks, telecoms, even offices, governmental offices. We can think about behavioral biometrics, which is really something important and deeply developing now. And also behavioral biometric help protect us against being frauded with someone who would like to log in, for example, log into the bank instead of us. And we can even use this technology without knowing that we are using it. So the companies are implementing this. We are not aware about it, but they are protecting us in that way. If it comes about our services, one issue I already mentioned, so using the hardware which is possible to be used in specific scenarios. The second one is we are thinking about using our already existing solutions in different models. So one example is we are naming it face grouping solution, which allows to use the database of dozens of millions faces and put a new one, and during a 1 to 2 seconds, get a result if this person already exists in this huge database. It's very specific for very specific usage, like for supporting massive events for police or for supporting border control. But something like that can be also used based on our modules. And also what we are working about is strengthen the security to protect against threats which are related with using the face comparison systems, like already mentioned by Professor deepfakes, using 3D masks and other issues which are really tough and challenging to face with, and these technologies are also developing. So we have to work to be up to date and to address these issues.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I would like to sum up your speech, it was rather about cybersecurity. So the maybe the way you feel that the biometrics can play a crucial role. Yes.
Yeah, I believe that it will be the cybersecurity area. Even with the example, like we are using identity cards with electronic layer, and in this electronic layer there is placed our face photo, which can be used for our authorization for different processes, even during the making the money transfer or in other cases. And it can be combined in a process of identification or authorization with the other elements. Like if we are using the identity card to which we assigned a PIN number, our biometric features can be verified, and additionally we can input something which we know. So it's really strong process of identification or authorization of the person. Then.
Okay, thank you very much. So Salih, the question to you.
Martin, one more thing, if I may, on this subject, because what is important also here, it's like who owns the data. So if we are able to say that, in fact, the customer owns the data, not the institutions, the business, where there is, from the customer point of view, it's always a kind of a threat that the data would be processed not in the proper way. So I give more additional data, and the government's institutions, the regulator is also a threat. So if we are able to say that really the customer owns the data, and we have a key on the moment of identification of passing the biometrical data, I think this would solve a bit the problem of going forward to the technology.
Yeah, you're right. Also, the key that you mentioned can be also the blockchain, for example. So we can combine the technology. Okay, yes, Salih, to you, because I've read about the United Arab Emirates pass. The first secure national digital identity for citizens and residents. A very interesting concept. And could you tell us a bit more about the project and what are the advantages for UA for biometrics, please?
Sure. So residents who are been here in Dubai for a very long time would know that there are 100 different apps from the government. Like you have MOI app for RTA, you've got 100 different apps, and you need to have login credentials for all of them. And all of them were essentially at the beginning knowledge-based authentication systems, passwords, PINs, and some combination of a multi-factor authentication. Now, the idea was to actually, the initial inception was to use UAE Pass as a single sign-on system. So, so that any governmental applications, you could have a single sign-on system. So essentially, this moved on initially again. The government is collecting biometrics data in terms of fingerprint for your Emirates ID. And essentially, they have your picture. So they do have 2 touch points of data, biometric data for every citizen who's a resident in the country anyways. So the idea was to actually combine this and create a national infrastructure for biometrics in the UAE. And that's how UAE Pass actually evolved into such a system. Now, the advantage has been really phenomenal because within a span of 2 years, there are more than currently 2 million verified users. This speaks for the adoption of the technology that I mentioned previously. And the UAE Pass system not only allows you to have access to these different governmental systems, in fact, it also actually has every single user they're using a public key infrastructure. So everyone has a private key and they are also legally authorized to sign documents, any PDFs using UAE Pass. So this not only is just biometric and authentication advantage, but also the concept of digital signatures and certificates are also included in UAE Pass.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And I didn't remember if you mentioned how much people now are in the project.
Currently 2 million verified users as of last year. And the current estimates, rough estimates, when I spoke to the people in UAE Pass, they were like approximately around 40 to 50% of UAE has already UAE Pass installed. The verification rates are going higher and higher, which means probably at the end of 2-3 years, they should have more than 50% active users of UAE Pass.
Amazing, amazing. And do you recognize such same model somewhere in the world?
To be very honest, in Colorado, Nevada, they had tried this, but there was actually issues related to collecting data. And again, as you mentioned, the concept of who owns the data and the debate is different in this region about the concept of personal data and who owns the data. As Professor Anna actually mentioned about the penalty laws and things of that sort. Again, as you can see, if you actually look at the article number, it's article number 21, decree law, which was established in 2012. So we still have a long way to go in terms of the privacy and ethics of data, but that is a very strong conversation which is happening in the region.
Okay, thank you very much.
Because it can be interesting that from 2019 we have in Poland there is issuing the identity card, which also allows to put the signatures on the different levels. And this identity document can be used not only like a usual identity document, but also with one of the functionality is the possibility to log in to the governmental portals and systems. And the next one is the possibility to put the advanced signature, electronic signature on the every document. So it's, I believe, something similar. And also, in the European Union is currently discussing some kind of the project like named e-wallet. The aim of this project is to implement the framework which would allow to prove the identity or some attributes, not necessarily identity, but for example, that I have the driving license, I finished some university and so on, to every entity, public and private entity in European Union without showing any other data. And with using the private-public infrastructure. So some strong control of proving the selected data without showing other one, and only in the specific cases with the signatures behind that. So something like that should be implemented during next few years in the European Union.
Okay, thank you very much for the input, Jan. So my last question on this panel would be to Michał. Michał, please tell me what types of biometrics, in your view, have the most potential to be used by financial sector? I'm really curious about that. And how biometrics, from your practice, can save us from fraud actions? Please tell me.
Thank you, Marcin. Yeah, from my perspective, well, based on our experience in the financial sector, let's say UX, user experience, wins over security usually. So from what we see in the market, the most transparent solution is the more effective it will be. Yes, so we decided to invest in behavioral biometrics because it's transparent to the end user, in fact. Yeah, and there's a couple other features that are important to be included in such solution, because we are building a sectoral, let's say national behavioral profiles here. So the behavioral biometrics is literally very difficult to overcome, yeah, because we observe the behavior of a given user for a period of time, which is time consuming. Fraudster usually go there when it is easier to learn to earn money, yeah. And the second significant feature is that the models are in the backend, so it's really difficult to overcome this security. And on the other hand, it is easy for the end user to use it, yeah, to be protected. We have the motto of our solution that you just need to be yourself to be protected, nothing more, yeah. So we observe how you behave, and we learn after some time, and you just need to be yourself, and we will protect you, yeah. So yeah, the simple answer is the biometrics for massive usage should be as much as possible transparent and invisible for end users. Then it will be effective for security reasons and for fraud prevention, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much. So I asked all my questions. To sum up this panel, I think that we talk about business trends, but you cannot speak about business trends without taking the legal aspects in it. Unfortunately, or fortunately for lawyers, I'm a lawyer. However, yeah, you have to talk about, and then combine those two topics. It's very beneficial. So congratulate Barbara for matching those two topics. Thank you very much, my panelists. Jan Szajda, CEO, Ident, Krzysztof Biernacki, CEO, Digital Getaways, Salih Ismail, School of Science and Engineering, Dubai, and online, Michał Łukasiewicz, big group. Thank you very much, guys, and have a good conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for leading this panel in such a seamless manner. You know, the role of an MC is way easier if we are having such a chair. But we are not done yet. We are just only warming up after this insightful panel. Where we are going to now, it is an option of heading towards understanding how what we learn in the theory, it is being translated into the legal frameworks and in fact applied. So we are now opening the biometric startup zone, and I would like to request Professor Barbara and Professor Mahos to introduce you to three absolutely amazing startups companies that are into biometrics, that they will be showcasing you how the concept that we have currently been discussing, that they are applied in practice. So I hope that you are wired up, right? And the mic is, okay.
Hello, so once more, hello everyone. So Mahos, maybe you will do the prelude and then I will go with the rest of the piece.
Sure. Well, again, thank you everybody for joining this conference and this session. We had a previous discussion before and we're following up with another fantastic discussion. So in this one, we'll have three companies, startups. Before I hand over to you, I just want to say I've been in many conferences in biometrics, academic and more like government or industry. But it's the first one I've been that actually have as only a session about startups. So this is an amazing and a great opportunity for everybody to really experience what a startup is, how challenging it is, and especially in the area of biometrics. I'm really excited to hear more about that from the CEOs of the partners. So thank you so much, and I will hand over to Barbara.
Okay, so you as a chair, please be seated, Mahesh. And we will have like three presentations. I don't know, have you ever watched Dragon's Den? I hope you did. And today we will have a kind of a thing that we prepared for you guys. We got a real thing. So not only the academic speeches, as I mentioned, there will be 3 amazing companies here on the stage. So I will be asking you guys one by one. There will be 3 different, totally and fully different companies, startups that are using the systems of biometrics. So first off, you had him on the stage before, but one more time, if I may, the floor is yours, Jan. So just please present your startup, and you got 10 up to 15 minutes. We will be like the exam, yeah, right. I don't want to stress you out, obviously.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the floor is yours.
And please tell me when I should finish 3 minutes earlier. I was already introduced. I'm very glad to be here. My name is Jan Szajda, and I'm representing a company named Eden. And the stuff which we are doing is related with identity verification and confirmation. So we can say that identity verification is some crucial point for the relationship between the customer and the entity where the customer is registering. If this will be done not properly, it can have serious consequences. So we are supporting this process also in a remote channels. And in our scope, of our offer, there are multiple solutions and multiple paths, like the possibility to use the mobile path, also web application. We offer the video with the consultant, and we also developed our own solution for reading the electronic layer from identity documents or passports. One part of the services is the possibility to read out the data from the identity documents and check the data and say if this document is correct or there are some doubts which should be verified. So one part is the verifying the identity document itself. However, in the remote channel, we would like to confirm and be sure that who is using this document for identification process. And we would like to be sure that this is the owner of the document. So we have to check somehow who is going through the process. And for that, we developed our own solution dedicated for this case, which is biometric face comparison system. So on the left side, you can see photos from my identity documents from both visual and electronic layer. And from the right side, you can see. Can we turn off the light maybe it would be more. Okay, thank you. Maybe it would be more visible. You can see the some examples, photos of the customer who went through the process. And the aim for this module is to compare and to be sure that this is the person who is the owner of the document. We can think about face comparison solution like something which was already resolved, it's ready, and nothing more can be done. But if we are talking about such a specific case, it's really something which we had to develop again or improve again to be compliant with this scenario. And it's a whole process which based on the deep neural networks, which consists of the few phases like a face detection, face alignment. So improving to have the proper proportion and placement of the place. Then the deep networks are extracting features and they are ready to compare the initial photo with the current one. We already had some speech during a professor presentation about the challenges related with the face comparison system. So our system is really, it is very interesting to test this system on the photos of the actors, where they have completely other visualization and look. And also we tested our system, for example, for using the Instagram filters. And we can say that it's really something which works pretty well in also such a cases, including the face difference, look difference, having the glasses, having the bread or not, depending from the case. One more feature which we are offering in the system is searching through the already existing photos in the database to check if this person was already verified, maybe with completely other data. It's something which really works, especially for the financial institutions, where when the single person is producing multiple fraud documents with a stolen data. And thanks to that, we can protect also these people to this data from this data comes to making the fraud. So we are allows to search through the database and check if this person was already verified with other data. We have to also, during a process, confirm that we are not struggling with the photo printed on the page or shown in the phone. And one of the solutions is to ask the user to make few randomly selected gestures. When the user is recording the movies answering for these questions, then our system is analyzing if these gestures were made properly. But as I already mentioned during the panel, sometimes we have the possibility to use more advanced technologies depending from the software hardware which is on the specific phones. For example, this movie on the right side was recorded from such a position, not moving the hand. If someone would like to test how it works in, let's say, on his face, I can show the application. Maybe someone would like to check how it works. So we can hold the phone in a specific position, and the Face ID solution will make a map of our face in 3D position.
Now we have my face.
Sorry?
Now we have my face.
Yeah, probably yes. To see. That's something which we are using for logging to iPhone, but we can also use this. Sorry, we can also use this for getting the information about the depth of the face. And in such a way, we can also confirm that or protect against spoofing. From the technological point of view, it works in a way that there are infrared cameras which put on the face 30,000 points. And there is the second infrared camera which maps these points back. And counting this map, we can distinguish the flat photo from the real face. Of course, there are a lot of challenges. We discussed them already today, and there are the things which we are struggling with, and which we have to take into consideration during this development this solution. I would distinguish one very important point here, that the crucial for developing the right solution and having the proper accuracy and proper solution, not only for the some local area, but worldwide, is having the proper data set for training the neural networks. So that's the challenge already mentioned also by Professor during the presentation, that gathering the proper data set is really something which distinguish the companies and the solutions, how their solutions will later work and what will be the accuracy. If we can manage the cases and compare the faces from for the people from multiple countries, yeah, that's something which is really crucial here. And yeah, starting from this and taking into consideration during implementation such a solution, it's can help a lot with Okay, I think we are back. I will share the screen. Okay. Okay, and I think we back. Yeah. So there are a lot of challenges which we have to address, and that's something which have to be still developed. Cheaters and bad people are not stopping with the current solution. They are also developing, so we have to address also new things. And I think that it's in general the most important issues which I wanted to mention you. I omit 2 slides. So maybe I quickly only mention that we are, as a company, are delivering the services for the different customers in multiple countries, mainly for the financial sector, but in general for each company and entity which needs to verify the identity of their customers. And we are already processing the documents from selected countries. We are also developing this scope. I would encourage you, if you would have any questions related with our technology solutions, please contact me today, or I can left a contact. If you would like to test your face with your, for example, photo from the identity document, we can do it also today. So during a conference, during a break, please contact me. I'm very thankful for this time. Thank you.
Good way to gather data.
Can delete it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. If I may take your, we are in academia, so there are 2 mics. So I need to ask you to give me your mic, and then we will be having another speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, then there will be another company. We had one fully biometric, but now let me just tell you that we have someone who came as well from Poland. So another Polish company, but also pretty much international. So I would like to invite on the stage Michał Konopka, CEO from the company that we host already at the stage. So Gateways, please be with us and present your startup. Oh, if you want, of course.
Thank you very much. And I hope I'll handle, or maybe not. And that seems like my presentation. So thank you very much for the invitation. And I think we now know a lot about the technology. We now know about the legal aspects and about the theory. So now what we are going to do, we are going to convert it into the business case, because we are on the university, and I guess after you finish your study, you are going to make some money out of your knowledge. So let's assume that some of you would like to have a nice mansion here in Dubai. So anyone who would like to have one? We have at least a couple of people. I guess they're quite expensive. So you were first. Can I know your name?
My name is Shepard.
Okay, nice to meet you. So do you have enough money in your pocket currently with you here to buy one?
I have 10 dirhams.
Okay, so I guess you cannot afford at this very moment this particular mansion. So having that in mind, let's assume that I'm willing to lend you some money, because this is what I'm doing for a living. And are you a student here?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So probably you'll finish university, you'll have a lot of money later on in your work. So you might repay me back. So that's enough for me at the moment. But still, I think I will refuse this application. I'm not going to lend you at this point of time. So I've seen him. I know a lot about him because I know name. I know that he's a student, that he'll be earning money. And I know that he's going to buy something that would be expensive. But this is still not enough for me. So I have no idea what to click next, but I'll try to. Okay, this is the team. This is the boring part. So the business case. We had a talk and this was still not enough. And imagine situation that I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to lend a lot of money to someone, and I'm going to do it through the internet. And here I at least know that he exists. I could see him, I could speak with him, and I have at least some idea that he's going to finish the study. When I'm going to know the same through the internet and to lend out money, I need to know much, much more. I'm not going to have an easy process for myself. So as you know, as you see those beautifiers, as you see makeup, as you see all the other stuff in the internet that we can use, people on Instagram, they look quite different than they look in real life. Their profiles look quite different. If you look at my Facebook, I'm basically traveling all the time, having holidays. But the true story is that I have to work quite a lot in the meantime, which is not present on the Facebook. So this is quite the same with the people here. And when you would like to borrow some money, you will tell me exactly the same about you, that you are great, that you are going to repay, and so on. So in the internet process, what I would do first, I would place an application form. So this is kind of the talk that we already have, but I wouldn't see him, I wouldn't hear him. So I would not even know that if he's putting the information there or someone else. What's more, I'll probably try to believe him that this is a real person, and I'll try to check some databases about his credit history, about his whatever. The case is that unfortunately we have legal, and he can always withdraw consents, and the database could not have all the information that I'll need because he will not agree this database to process this information. He can also do some tricks like some small loans, like things like that. So I'll see a perfect credit history. So quite an easy way to cheat me. And worst case scenario, if I would like to make the user path through my process quite complicated, I'll also try to call him on the last stage on the process. And then maybe I'll hear that he's not 45 years woman as he applied, but maybe not. So who knows? If I will be supported by AI technology at my success, if I will be just having a manual conversation, I might be wrong. So what to do? Yeah, you can just build quite a simple process, nothing complex. So what we are doing, we are trying to push the customer through the application form in a most convenient way, but trying to get as much information about the person as possible. So first thing we want to do is to identify just exactly what we did. So we get some information, you use technology, as Jan said, we try to recognize face to see through the internet if this is really the person. Then we are using bank data, which I'll also tell you about, which we call behavioral biometrics, because when we are talking about biometrics, we are talking about checking physical stuff of the person, but we can also see how the person behave. We check the databases, as I mentioned, because this is the must. We sign the document, you have a loan. But to make this process secure, what we are also doing, we are wrapping it up in the stuff that I will call also biometrics. We just check how the person used the whole process, how he used the device, and we are trying to get as much knowledge about the person as possible. So as I just told you, we want to see the person, we want to feel the person, and we want to understand the person behavior, so who he really is. So to see, it's just identification of ID. To feel the person, it's, as I told you, it's to see how the person uses the devices, how he uses the processes, if he pastel information, if he write it, what is the pace of writing, what is the pace of moving the cursor, what is the pace of interaction between pages loaded and the person clicks something. So also is terms and condition read and so on. So basically the whole process we try to measure how the person behave in the process on the internet to understand if this is really someone who has 20 years or maybe 80 and the reaction is a little bit slower, for example. Then if we know all this stuff, we would like to know something about this person's life. And we do it through the PSD2 data. This is something that we are just accessing bank history, and we get all the transactions. By having the transactions history, we can measure quite a lot. We can see if the person has kids, we can see if the person has cars, flats, if he's a gambler, if he's spending time on the gym, in pubs, any other activities, if there are any health issues. Basically, we learn a lot about the person. So not only the credit history, not only the income, which is also quite a basic stuff from the bank account, but also all the behavioral stuff that we can extract from the data. Having that in mind, we also are checking payment behavior, because this is also type of a person characteristics. So if they're convinced to use payment methods that are paid month by month, and I'm running out of time, and this is great because this is my almost last slide. And this is the last one. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, please let me know. And thank you for this great opportunity to present it for you.
Thank you very much. That was a bit different approach of the usage of biometrics itself, because not only biometrics itself is the key issue at the company, but all the different systems are connected with it and based together somehow. So magical biometrics is together. For me, it was amazing to hear that biometrics can understand me better than I do. We even talk with Professor Machos that this is the magic trick of biometrics, because ladies, we can't understand one another, yeah, but biometric does. That's a really good thing about it. So now, last but not least, the third representative of this startup zone, that will be another company from PI, but seem to be the global pioneer of iPayments. And the title, I will think, describes nearly everything. It's PI. So let me just introduce the CEO of PI, that is Daniel Jarząb. Please feel free to join us at stage.
Thank you, Basiu. Hello, everyone. My lovely devices. Okay. My name is Daniel Jarząb. Like Basia says, I'm the co-founder and CEO of PI. And I'm really, really excited to be here because I think we are only company here which provide and develop payment solutions with biometry. And for the beginning, I would like to talk a little bit about history. We start working with our project more than 4 years ago with my best friend and co-founder Radosław Ruda. He's here with us. Hi, Radosław. And we had and still we have the same mission. We want to change payments worldwide, globally. And we are sure that next evolution of payments will be with biometric payments, yes? Of course, when we see how solutions of payments was changed from last 70 years, we saw many phases of these evolutions. Of course, the biggest challenge was develop point-of-sale terminal infrastructure in the world. Till today, we have around 160 million point-of-sale terminal, and financial institution needs around 70 years to develop this infrastructure. And now we know that next evolution will be biometric payments. Why? Because biometric payments is more convenient, more safety, and quicker. And now we see that, especially after COVID, many companies in the world start to run some pilots with finger vein, with thumb vein solutions, or very popular is face recognition in payments. But we are sure that our company will win this race because our solutions is based on iris, And iris is the most unique biometric features. And thanks to this, we can develop our solutions no matter how users will be in our database. A little bit more about our company. Like I said, more than 4 years ago, we start building our project. And this was very difficult because on that time, we couldn't bought any devices with biometric module inside because nowhere in the world, no factories built that devices, didn't build these devices. And the same users, yes, because to improve that biometric payment is good idea, we have to have devices and users, yes. And the same 4 years ago when we talked with banks or some financial institution, they don't believe us and don't trust us, and they don't share with their users with us. That's why we decided to build everything from scratch. And today we have our hardware, we have our application which connect algorithm and financial part, and all back office ecosystem, and all back office, thanks to this, we can manage this all ecosystem. And thanks to this, I'm very proud of this. We are first company in the world which create the biggest commercial platform. When to confirm transaction, you need only your iris. And from last 2 years, after 2 years very hard work, we made a pilot when we had more than 10,000 commercial transactions with more than 2,500 people in more than 150 places. And believe me, this was a very big challenge because, like you see, this was from June 2020 till June 2022. This was pandemic time. This was COVID time. And this was very hard to talk with people, with merchants, and especially with, very difficult time, especially for merchants, yes. That's why, again, I'm very proud that we did this. And thanks to this experience and this knowledge, now we are on the second part of our pilot. This part for us is, of course, very important because we add a face to our solutions. And now we are one company in the world which have fusion biometry. And thanks to this fusion, our solutions is much more secure, much more convenient, and much more safety for institutions like banks, like financial institution, and of course, it's much convenient for customers, like, of course, users. That's why we know that, especially when we develop solutions, biometric solutions in payments, where the payments are very restricted, we have to focus on solutions which is, like I said before, very safety. And thanks to fusion biometry, we have double authentication. And for banks and acquirers, this is very important. And of course, if people want to change their habits and start using biometric payments have to be more convenient, yes? And thanks to our solutions, we have with one user experience, double verification. That's why users don't have to think about this double verification, because in one glance, we can look very deep to eyes and later confirm face two. And like I said before, to develop our solutions, we need hardware and we need users, yes? And a little bit more about our hardware. First, IPOS 1.0 history. This was our first devices, and thanks to these devices, we run our pilot in Poland. And these devices works only with iris recognition. Today, this is our current devices, our IPOS 2.0. This is first portable point of sale terminal in the world with Fusion Biometry iris and face. And next year, we will have IPOS 3.0 and sorry, and these devices will be first portable multifunctional devices when merchants can replace current point of sale devices and can use for any payments like normal NFC, normal payment cards, and of course our solutions, biometry solutions. Yes, that's why from next year we will start our go-to-market strategy with these devices because we had our plan to go to market with hybrid version. Yes, because we can't says to everyone, you have to choose biometry today. No, you can choose your NFC, you can choose your payment card normal, but when you will see how convenient and simply is just look on the screen and confirm transaction, we are sure that next time you will download our application, create an account, take your selfie, add your payment card, and then you can use our system. This is second, of course, part, very important part in our company's users. That's why, like I said before, very simple. It's a very simple onboarding, around 30-40 seconds. You have to write only your name, surname, phone number, email, address. Later, you take your selfie, and later you pay. You add your payment card. Today, it's Visa and MasterCard. And later, everywhere, when you will see our IPOS terminal, you can pay without nothing, only with a glance. And thanks to the Fusion Biometry, thanks to Fusion Iris and Face, we can develop our solutions in e-commerce too. And in e-commerce will be the same convenient like in normal offline system. When you will see our button, you just only click, look on your camera in your PC or your phone, and transaction will be just done. That's why, thanks to e-commerce, we will develop our users, our scalable much quicker than normal offline solutions. And last but not least, our PI zone. Thanks to this, that we have contact with you merchants because we sell or rent our devices, and we have contact with our users because our users had our application. We collect data from both sides, and thanks to this, we can share this data. And for example, for merchants, this is much more attractive to have our IPOS because they can contact with our users and they can sell information about their special offers, special discounts, and information about their company. And the same for customers. Our goal is to have the best financial application in the world. Yes, and thanks to this, our application will be not only application when you can use our system in offline or online to pay. You can have and collect all data from merchants with special discounts, with special offers, and this will be much attractive for our users. That's why all ecosystem AI looks like here. Of course, the most important is users, and the same users, the same onboarding can use in our offline solutions, in our online solutions in e-commerce, and of course later use our PayEye zone advertising platform. And today we are focused on payments because for us this is very excited, but we know that in the future biometry will be everywhere when identification to person plays a key role. Yes. For example, like we said today, in airports or in parcel locker or contact to access to office. But today we are focused on payment, and we are very excited to be here because in this year we will start to develop our PI solutions here in Dubai, which is for us very important places in the world. And next year we will start develop our solutions in the United States. That's why. Thank you very much. And if you have some questions, later I can explain everything. And I have our iPOS. If you want to check how easy is it to pay, please welcome. Thank you.
So, no. Okay, very good. So excellent presentations, and I know we have only like 13 minutes. One of the most exciting part of listening to startup companies, and I had a startup, is listening to success stories. It's very important. It's a very difficult adventure, and then to maintain speed it's very challenging. I have many questions. Obviously, we don't have much time, but first of all, congratulations. You're doing a fantastic job, and I wish you all the best in your adventure with your companies. For the few minutes that are left, I have some questions. I will give my experience. So every mobile phone now has a biometric already incorporating it, like a fingerprint, face, iris. It's not exactly iris periocular, but they call it iris. So if I have my phone, I can register my face or my fingerprint, and then my phone requests me to connect to my bank, and then I can connect through my bank and I can do all the transactions. So how is your solution different from that concept?
We don't need your phone.
You don't need your phone?
Yeah, we don't need our phone because our concept is...
Oh.
Hello? Okay. You don't need your phone, yes? This is the biggest challenge, and maybe not challenge, this is the biggest, the difference between Apple Pay, for example, and our solutions, yes? Or even you will have your phone in your pocket, you don't need to take your phone from your pocket or search your phone in your bag. That's why this is more convenient, yes?
Excellent. Very good. Yeah.
I would say that it's really do not differ, because what we are doing is just enabling you to do this action. So we are making the process to make sure that you are exactly the person who is entering your bank account and nobody else. So when building the process with using biometrics, I would say that this is the most secure way to allow only you to enter your bank account and nobody else. And this is our company about, just to build this process to enable you this solution.
Excellent. So in your case, what is, for example, can you share with us any story of document fraud and how you handle it? I am confused. If you can give me a third microphone, it will be even better. So yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I'm so jet lagged. Any story that the document fraud, how you handle it successfully, that would be great.
Yeah. So we have multiple such a story, and I can mention some examples like. That our system detects already some parts of the documents which were simply wrongly printed. Every document have some information. A part of the information has also control digits combined, like inside the document number, identification number. In the machine readable zone, there are a few control digits. And in general, it's pretty often that the people who are preparing the documents are not care about these control digits, for example. And maybe they do not expect that it's something like that is checked. Because in face-to-face meeting, which can be interesting, the employee of the specific entity like bank cannot verify during looking at the document if the control digits are correct. The other cases were also capturing the documents with the 3D masks. We also have something like a database of forbidden faces, so the faces which should not be accepted. And we can upload to this database the face masks which are available in the internet, which can be bought. And thanks to that, it somehow addressed this risk, at least on some level. This what I showed on the presentation, the case with searching the single or similar person with multiple documents. It's very often that the professionals which are producing the documents, or even issuing the original documents with a fake data, which also happens, are producing them like 10, 20, 30 and more with the same face. And it's something like that we know from our custody that it works, that it protects not only these companies for doing the fraud, but also the real person to which this data for the owners of this data. Yeah? So there are a few examples. Also the examples with the already expired data, with the documents which were reported as forgery or lost or stolen, or some other checks were also successfully alerted.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we made a mistake before, so I'm not going to do it again. Yeah. So okay. So what? Just to explain to everybody, what he's talking about is a document forensics. So it's not biometrics exactly. So there are already there is already a technology, and there are many companies that are working on document forensics that assess the documents whether they're legit. There are multiple layers. They keep improving because I mean the detail of the imposters that are using to do that is unbelievable. So I'm happy that you're handling that.
Yeah. So about specifically about the biometrics is that what I mentioned with the same face and multiple different data, but also the cases where someone is trying to make a photo of the document of his grandparents, for example, and he's staying in the back and doing a photo of her grandma, for example, staying behind her. Yeah, so that's we are also detecting. So there are a lot of such small things which finally helps to detect the frauds.
Yeah, there are many cases like that. I'm really happy that you said that. They're doing that also in driver licenses and all that. Okay, so we have only like 6 minutes left. One of the questions for you is like about can you elaborate more on behavioral understanding, and how do you handle behavioral understanding? What does it mean exactly?
So when we are talking about measuring how people behave, we always have some limited data sets, and we decided to do it by checking bank account, because this is a very unique history, this written down in the database. And each single person bank account statement is completely different. It's like a fingerprint. So people use different services, people use different amounts, they use different services, they pay in different places. So when we are trying to understand and measure this type of behavior, we are trying to describe the general characteristic of the person. And when we have this fingerprint, as you can call it, it is possible to group it into different type of characteristics. So by having some common things on this bank accounts in this fingerprint, the common things makes different groups, and those groups can be assigned to different possible outcome when we interact with those people. So by using this kind of measurement, this type of grouping, and then comparing it with outcome that we are trying to predict, we are able to create a kind of a person description that we can expect that he's a good payer, he's a good buyer, he's a good or bad type of a person, basically. So maybe even like that. We were not allowed to process religious data. We're not allowed to process health data too much, of course. So we are not able to extract everything, but we know a lot about the people, how they behave. And this is what we are trying to measure and describe and pass to our customers in the most convenient way.
Excellent. Okay, and the last question, I guess we have only 4 minutes. I'm sorry about that. So when I see a company that has also like a dedicated solution with the hardware and the software, this is amazing. You know, many times you're using, that's why I asked the previous question, you're using third party and then connect. But this is excellent. One of my question is how do you handle the data? When people can register first, and you know, nowadays everything is about ethics and privacy. So when you register, who owns the data, and does the customer have the opportunity to delete their data after the usage, or how is this handled?
Yes, of course, anytime users can delete this account. And first, if you want to create an account, you have to agree with all agreement, and only after agreed, you can create an account, yes. And what is very important in our cases, we don't collect a picture because we replace picture for special code. We name this code PAI code. And this is normal token, like payment card token, yes. And we manage this token to authorization later, any transaction. That's why, like I said, every time you can delete your data, and you can again create new accounts with new PAI code.
Fantastic. Yeah, and I'm happy that you said that, because again, many people are asking this. They are very sensitive, and the privacy becomes more and more important. So having this in place is critical, and also is a key to success and continued success. So I don't know if the audience, does anyone from the audience have any questions that they would like to ask? Yes. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Yeah. When it would be applied in the UAE? The eye scanning. When are you going to be applied in the UAE?
We start to develop our solutions in end of this year.
Very good question.
If I might top up to that one, I was extremely happy to see this is how the partnership happened and how Curtin University came into the picture. We've been requested by the PAI to facilitate the presence of few of our students during the last JITEX, and our students were running a research for PAI. And based on that research, PAI decided, and of course all the business interactions that they got, they understood the local audience, they understood the local preferences. They did a quick feasibility study, of course, but I was so happy to hear that you started the first branch here in Dubai, and we are looking forward to have these enabled solutions. It's not any longer phone, it's not any longer thumbprint, let it be the iris scanner. So looking forward.
We are very excited too.
Well, excellent. Oh, you have one more question? Sure.
What are the advantages and disadvantages of biometrics?
In general, or related?
Related with them, and as well as general, like
So from the business perspective, biometrics is great because this is something that is hardest to be cheated. As Jan described, there are some possibilities, but of course, this is something that is, I would say, mostly secure data set, because it's your personal data that you cannot really change. Nobody cannot pretend as good to be as you can do it by yourself. So this is the strongest part of the data. Disadvantage, I would say that the whole technology, software that needs to stand behind it, because as it was described from the beginning, if you make a mistake, it is a costly mistake. So it can cost you either information about your bad health. It can be also, I don't know, financial loss. So basically, you have to be correct with all the technology and software to handle it.
You guys are amazing.
Another question, in terms of critical systems for instance, KYC onboarding process for voting systems, voting mechanisms where you could have 0 false positives. In those kind of cases, is there any work that is being done? Because in the US currently, recently, I happened to have a chat with the senator regarding the same process using blockchain technology to actually have a voting process. But the problem was in that panel, we had Ron Rivers, RSA's author, and he actually mentioned a very important point that there is no currently unequivocal system which is used for KYC onboarding. So how is the industry trying to tackle that problem? Because voting KYC is a major aspect. So
I think I can answer for that. So for now, we are offering our solution like the service which supports the KYC process. So we are inside the process, and the process itself is very important to be designed in a way to fulfill the risk assessment for the specific company, depending from the industry, scenario, and so on. And we are not taking the responsibility for the results for now. So we are taking some data and we are returning the results, but the banks, for example, for now, taking these results and put it into the decision engine, putting on also other information, and in the wider perspective, it's pretty good process which ensures the proper level of the security. However, there were published, it was published last year, new ETSI standard. ETSI is a body which issuing the technical standards for the for the Europe in general, dedicated for the identity proofing scenarios. And this standard says that what should be fulfilled and how the processes should be prepared to be compliant with expectations and to be treated as a proper way of identity proofing in general. We are as the company during the process of being prepared to being certified against this standard. And in Europe is also something like ADAS regulation, which says about the electronic and trust services. And the update of this regulation next year will introduce probably this standard as a legal, and it will refer to the standard as a proper way of delivering the identity proofing services. Once we'll get this certification, we'll change our services or we'll add new service, not as a supporting one for the processes, but we'll take the responsibility for the results, which will return during the process. But it will be more strictly, more extended, and we'll do it in the name of the customer. So it will change how we'll do this, and we'll refer to this standard. We can talk about the details if you'd like to later. Thanks.
I'm sorry, but we're already out of time, and I have to keep the pace. And I would like to thank. Yeah, the coffee break. You can ask the questions after. I'm sorry. I would like to thank Jan, Daniel, Michael, and also Barbara for this great job that she did today. And thank you all for being so patient with me with my questions. And also thank for the audience for being so nice and interactive with in this process, asking questions. I think that was great. We have now our short break for lunch. No? I told you I'm jet lagged.
Yes.
We don't have food. Maybe I'm hungry then.
So that is the thing. So thank you so much. We are having quite hectic agenda and quite hectic schedule due to the fact that we need to put all the main sessions, all the panels before the prayer break. But just to let you know, we are starting with another packed session. If the panelists would like to have now just a short coffee break, please use the facilities as it was indicated before. Now, as Professor Majas was rightly saying, we are slightly behind the schedule, but let me now introduce you to the second panel that it will be led by Professor Barbara, the president of the Global Biometrics Council, that she will be promoting her and introducing all her speakers. So Barbara, you already wired up. Just to let you know, for the panelists, I just will put now the mic. And then after we will have one more short session, and then we will be done before the prayer break. However, it's not the end of the conference. I know we've been advertising it is only till 1 p.m. because this is what we would be allowed to do before the prayer break, but stay tuned. After 2 p.m. we are going back with a closing keynote and the closing remarks. So that is the end. And now
you, Anna, dear Anna, to just click.
I am.
Yep, so we will go through the next panel. So I would like to welcome you warmly now, me in the role of the chair of the panel. So if I may tell you that there will be 3 participants in-house and we will have 1 participant online. I'm very happy that all of them I can see right now. So may I just introduce Michael. This is Michael. Hello, Michael Sobczyk, the head of PAI in Dubai. So you will also be having him in the coffee break to chat with. We have, hello, nice to see you. We have Dr. Fawaz Habal, the president of the Geminus Group, and also, last but not least, Dan. Hello, Dan. Nice to have you, Dan Atkins, CEO of the Transnational Academic Group. And may I just tell you that honorable member of Global Biometrics Council. That is a huge honor and a privilege to have you here. And obviously we got as well 1, as I said, participant online, that is Chris Slotwinski, CISO from BNP Paribas Bank. So we got a real banking sector with us. Oh, I can see already, Chris. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Nice to have you here, Chris. So we're going to talk a bit about the finance sector that we got so amazing experts with us here today. But just as a very quick introduction, I'm not going to do the presentation that Martin did amazingly for us, but let me just tell you briefly that for now it's around $27 billion market as a whole, and the prediction is 2027 it's going to double, and it's only a prediction because we had COVID, and within COVID obviously a bad thing happened. A lot of bad things happened, but for biometric it was a spread. Yeah, this is the hygienic thing that also we talked about before within the previous panels. So dear gentlemen, as far as I have you here, I just got a few questions to be asked. So then maybe we will start with the very wide question, how biometrics can change the world. You worked for many years within the security system, so
yeah, including spending some time at Visa International and working with the first pen and chip cards when they came out for the 86 Olympics in Atlanta, Georgia, or sorry, 96 Olympics in Atlanta. So biometrics really do have the potential to change the world, simplifying a lot of things. Simple transactions that we're doing with the tap now, we'll be able to do with our face or our eye in the future, things of that nature. It certainly has the potential to bring in a greater level of security and authenticity. My 2 biggest concerns, though, are how there could be problems with it. While just tapping a card works well for small transactions, and then we have a tap and a pin for larger transactions, I think we need to see the same layered approach considering biometrics, so that for the things that are least concern, it's just simple biometrics, what you are. And then as we go to a higher level of needs for security, we bring in either what you have or what you know. And then at the highest level, things like voting, for example, or major transactions, we bring in all three, so that to authenticate, you have to, what you are, what you have, what you know. And that way we're well protected.
So what about the efficiency of the system and the utility of the system? Can we say that biometric systems is efficient thing?
Yeah, they're hugely efficient for smaller transactions or things that are least concerned. They don't add any significant complexity when you move up the ladder, and they add a significant amount of security at the highest level when you're going beyond just something you have, something you know. So I think that's a fantastic thing. And then the other thing that always concerns me is a biometrics database that's being used to authenticate for something like major financial transactions is a hacker's dream. That is a high value target in the extreme, and being able to get in and modify a hash so that someone else's biometrics could be, be Elon Musk or Bill Gates, for example, could have a significant risk. So I think there's fantastic potential from biometrics. We just have to be careful how we implement it, especially with high value transactions.
Like with every single tune. I am from marketing field, so there are people who speak that marketing is a bad thing and it is a pure devil. And it's like a knife. You can cut a bread with it, you can take a butter with it, but you can do a lot of bad stuff with it. Obviously, it's always about ethics. So because we speak about the financial sector. So if I may ask Dr. Fawaz Habar, because we had few panels before, we had startups before, we spoke about all those the problematics and issues about biometrics, but what are the main problems, if you could define, that we can see, referring obviously to the finance sector in the usage of biometrics, and with the concept, with the perception as a market as a whole, and obviously here, because we are in a specific, I would say, region, the only region that says the sky is, I don't know, no more, the limit or no limit. Yes. Every time I'm coming to Dubai, I think more that it's not a limit at all.
Yep. First of all, I need to talk about the region in UAE and what makes it different from the global world in a pattern of biometric, if I may say. What I will see in Dubai or UAE that has a major difference in business than the global, because it's driven by governmental rules. So when we say biometric, no financial sector, banks, institution, any other entities can apply any biometric or any security measures unless they get an approval, which is connected to a previous rule or a declaration by the government. And this will say the major challenge, because now the mindset of UAE has been changed from private businesses, from innovative mindset or for innovating a new solution or adopting a new solution, to waiting for the government of UAE to adapt, to create, to study, and declare a new way of security and enforce it for all sectors, which we say financial. So one of the challenges in financial sectors like in UAE, that lack of innovation, lack of lack of looking for a new solution, especially in biometrics, because they kind of scared of taking any step without the government rule. And they were worried if they will apply it, they will have a call from central bank, close down. So this is a major challenge now. We all know biometric is a major security and it's a need. So as a counter argument, currently in UAE, actually yesterday, was issued by a digital authority in Dubai. There's two main digital authorities in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Yesterday was they announced a new rule under the Digital Authority of Documentation enforcing biometric for accessing and login, not for payment yet, but this is yesterday was announced. So this just shows how important biometric in the country, but yet not applied in financial sector yet.
Okay, that gives me another hint, I would say, for another question, because you said a lot about the region, the market itself, referring to biometrics, but why is it more problematic within the finance sector as a whole? Because we got lots of characteristics of finance sectors all around the world. So it doesn't need to be here, only to Dubai. There are a few symptoms of finance sector. What makes the usage of biometrics that's catchy, tricky?
I will tell you another thing about the experience of UAE.
Why finance is so important and so different than the other?
I will tell you an example of UAE also. The start of biometric concept as a technology started in UAE, not for financial, not for security. It started for happiness. So when we started biometric access here in UAE, that main thing is to get the face recognition and detect happiness of people. And imagine in 2018, 2019, before the pandemic, Dubai municipality, they had the main door. You cannot access the municipality unless you smile. So that's the whole idea of face recognition started only for a matter of introducing yourself and accessing happiness or a login. Yet still not mainly focused, which is the main concept of biometric, to be authentication for an access. So it's not all, it's now currently they're focusing to have a biometric solution to log into your account, but you cannot make a transfer. You cannot make a deposit. You can't make any transaction. Still, you log into your app with biometric. It's a login instead of your password. But then if you want to make any transaction in finance, you have to receive a mobile OTP. You have to get a call from the bank. So still, it's a mindset. But I would say this is what's happening now.
Okay, so if you say that you need to smile and it's all about entertaining, then I feel that marketing definitely walk through this gate as well. But obviously, we can see that this mixture of usage, of utility that we speak, and we talk about, mainly this is the basics of marketing itself, of development, the system, and any other innovation, changing mindset, definitely. So looking for the consumer's minds, trying to predict what's going to happen next with them. Definitely. But as we spoke today about few different ideas from few different concepts, and as we did a lot of, and I did my homework, I did a lot of studies about like globally kind of concepts, we can see that there is a huge trend of mixing, of adding few biometrics within the finance sector. So kind of a, can you say something why we can see this phenomenon within the finance sector so much?
When we started in my company, in my group, we are investing in technology. And one of the main rules when you create an app or create a solution related to finance, we always have to highlight the two-factor authentication. So this again, how we apply titles or trend in every technology, even if it's not related. So that's why people are always looking for biometric to have two level, because we have in our back of our mind that there's two-factor authentication. So now even face recognition is a vast technology. Fingerprint, it's since ever the most secured way to access. But in our belief as finance, we need another authentication. So you make it like fingerprint and face recognition and OTP. Yeah. So this is two level of just to give you, I believe, just to give you a feeling of safe, feeling of security, but that's always a major change in security, because one of them sometimes it's enough.
Yeah, but Jan, maybe if we may add something, because safety and security, is it something that we can like combine? Is it the same thing that we're talking right now?
Well, we definitely can, but things like fingerprint alone, if anybody watched the Mythbusters, they did a great example of using literally just plastic wrap and being able to defeat fingerprint readers. So
not so secure.
yeah, so this is where I was talking about, you do have to step up the levels and go from just a biometric to a biometric and something that or biometric and something you have, and so forth. So, I think we are at a risk if we go down to any one factor, as we've seen with the SIM swapping that's been happening in the US a lot. You can't count on someone having something or getting an OTP as a sole authentication because it's too easy. So you do need the multiple factors. And I do think the UAE is truly leading the way. I mean, when I leave the UAE, I tap my Emirates ID card and the camera scans my face and I'm allowed to leave the country. The same thing coming back in. When I want to receive my bank card, they bring out a reader, I put in my Emirates ID card and it tells me which finger to put on the scanner. So, I think the UAE is far and away ahead of a lot of countries. I know my relatives back in the US have never heard of such a thing.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm coughing because I stopped smoking. So I just recently stopped smoking. It's good, but I'm coughing. And nowadays people get scared when they cough. So just but this is what I'm saying exactly. This is what government applied, and they enforced it. And now we are convinced when we say security. So we're waiting as a financial sector for the government to apply. Then we can apply this. Banks can apply those solutions tomorrow. They have the investment, they have the knowledge, they have the data, they have the customers, but we cannot dare to step forward unless we get the government approval.
Thank you so much. And as we speak, we are really talking about banks right now. So Chris is with us, a real CSO from Real Bank, a big one actually. So once again, hello, Chris. Nice to meet you here, because while we're speaking, the banks are like coming, and the keyword of banking system is coming to us. So maybe you could tell us, is marketing a real solution right now within the banking sector, or is it just the storytelling fairy about the future, or is it something that is really happening?
It's really real, and but I would like to start to put you into kind of a different perspective. In 2022, cybercrime will cost the war around $7 trillion. To put it into perspective and measure as a GDP of the country, cybercrime would be the world third largest economy after US and China. And today, cybercrime is more profitable than global trade of all illegal drugs. So definitely banks has to do something. And all those cyber attacks are not for the kind of targeting infrastructure, they are targeting real people, because human element is the weakest. From the bank perspective, you can build a lot of system, but human, it's the really weakest part in that. That's why the biometrics, and in BNP, we are using behavioral biometrics, and we are helping our users to be really secure. And from almost a year, we are using behavioral biometrics to authenticate our clients in online banking. We are building kind of behavioral patterns, and based on that, we are just trying to assess if it is you or it is a fraudster. And it's really worked good. I can share with you that we are sometimes stopping transaction, and we are calling to our customers and telling why we see that it's something going on. At the beginning, he's telling, no, it's myself. But after a while, he's telling, yeah, I know. I give my credentials to my wife, and my wife is doing something on my behalf. And this is something that it's extremely useful for banking, and of course, for the safety of our client.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. But as we speak here, the safety, security, right now we are heading to this mixture of biometrics. So I suppose there is just a very top of the iceberg that you are telling us. I'm sure that a lot of things, a lot of stuff in there is confidential, but could you just let us know, is there something that you are doing in a way of the research? Now it's me as a scientist asking you, is the field of research that they are doing, I mean, you are benchmarking, or you are gathering data from your consumers.
Yeah.
What's the way to get the winner of the biometrics? Because I know it's a process.
Yeah. So what we are doing, I would say we are making POC or POV, so proof of value of different solutions. So based on that, we are preparing in our lab kind of solutions. We are trying to put a lot of data to learn and to create, for instance, those behavioral patterns. And then we are checking if and how it's good to save our customers. And basically, we are not doing as much R&D ourselves, but we are also partnering with university, and based on those partnership, we are kind of working on the solutions and sometimes enhance our solutions that is already in place.
Okay, thank you. So now we know that, yeah, definitely it's a process. So it might be that at the end of the conference, there might be some marriages between companies and banks. And I hope really that it will happen. The synergy effect will be here. For instance, we got here with us the head of Dubai for PAI. So Michael, hello, nice to have you here as well. And we know that PAI started its market growth and the journey, let's say, in Poland, not here, in Poland. It's a place where we, some of us came from today, that we've been even battling which city is the most beautiful. Obviously it's Wrocław, but you know. So is that a good place for coming with such and really innovative idea? We heard the visionary concept. So is it a good market to start?
Hi. So, I mean, I'm from Poland myself, even though my accent doesn't show it at all. But Poland historically has been a very, logical, innovative city, especially over the last 20 years. There's a lot of people there who have a technical type of mind. So, for us, it was always going to be natural. But in terms of comparing, biometry and the banking industry and everything, I think let's compare it as a parallel for now. So let's compare it as a parallel in terms of how NFC was implemented in Poland. So NFC, when it was rolled out with MasterCard, with Visa, there were no payment terminals with NFC. There were no cards with NFC technology. There was nothing, but NFC was suddenly being rolled out. We were used to the way things were going. How was this going to happen? But sort of fast forward 10 years later or more, and Poland are one of the top countries in the world in terms of NFC deployment. 100% of payment terminals in Poland accept NFC. And today you're like, wow, that's incredible. But 10 years ago, it's like, well, there's no NFC. How is this going to work? So we have to kind of map that same journey to biometrics, even though there are legal matters, bank institutional matters, but for me, biometry is the end goal. It's where it will go. So to answer your question, Poland was a perfect country for this to happen, for this to take off. In terms of the types of companies we have here today, and now we're looking to do a POC, for example, in the Middle East, in Dubai. Dubai is so tech savvy. They have a vision for 2030. The only thing missing here for now are PAI. And in terms of what you mentioned, some banks they're already past the POC stage of biometric payments. So they're doing the facial, which is just the scary part because it's the one. And the beauty of PAI is we do the double. And that's what makes people feel warm and fuzzy, or banks feel warm and fuzzy. It's the fusion biometry. So yeah, we're just looking forward to rolling out here and, you know, working with Dubai, the UAE, because they're very forward looking and it kind of supports what we're about.
You just upfronted my next questions, because it seems that PayEye reveals that the claim of the PayEye is that it's global pioneer of iPayments. So how can we be sure that only by eyes you can be secure and safe? Can you just describe this vision a bit more?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. You know, we're called PayEye, but we actually do the face as well. It's just PayEye is nicer, it's more marketable, and it's more appealing to people. You know, the facial stuff already exists around the world. It's based on a simple algorithm approach. There's no IP to it. You know, we've fused hardware, we've fused biometry, we've done the eyes, we've done the face. So there's that double authentication factor. Yeah. And people say, well, you know, how can I feel warm and comfortable with biometrics? If we look at films, anything that we've seen over the last 5 years, if you've got $10 million in a bank vault, are you going to open it with a pin? No. You're going to open it with your face, your iris, your fingerprint, your feet, everything is going to be scanned, right? So biometry is the ultimate security. You know, people say, is it secure? Can someone steal it somehow? It's a lot more secure than when NFC came out and someone could steal your NFC from your wallet on the subway, you know, by scanning it. So, you know, we've been working on a solution for 4 years. And, you know, we've fused biometrics with payments in such a way where it just had to be seamless. Because if it was going to be like me landing in Dubai airport, standing for 15 seconds, 20 seconds, yay, nay, did it work? Do I have to go to the guy over the counter? I'm not going to use it. It has to be, yeah, done, next. So yeah, it's like I say, it's security, and it's the seamless aspect of using it as well.
While you speak, I was thinking about this beautiful, I would say, term in marketing that we use in management and science, the democratization of luxury. And when you told us about all this, you know, $10 billion, I need to know you more closely if you've got so much money on your account, because I never witnessed that kind of authentication in bank yet. I hope, Chris, you're with us. So here.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but mainly when we think about this, as you said, I got on my mind all the movies with Tom Cruise. Yeah. Also been here today with us for a while, although it was a deep fake. But there are a few actresses that thinks that Tom Cruise is a deep fake. Anyway, but actually, for real, we will have all those movies on our minds. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger with lots of eye scanning in lots of different movies and different eyes. Tom Cruise, obviously. But in our minds, it was only for the, you know, the luxury world, for the ones, the billionaires, the yacht owners. And now we speak about actually the democratization of this luxury. So bringing it to you, to all of us as we speak. So is it that cheap? Is it going to be that cheap?
You know, biometrics was always the end goal. It was always like a wow. It's like, wow, biometrics. You use biometrics to go into your house. The challenge of biometrics was, how do we make this amazing, super secure technology? How do we bring it to market? What's the go-to market? How can we make the masses use it and benefit from it? And this is the simple solution. It's, you know, not always having to use your card or your phone for payments, even though some people say, well, I'm used to it. I used to be, I mean, people here, probably a lot of students will never have used it, but I used to swipe my credit card to pay for stuff. And then they moved me to chip and pin, which was actually a lot more inconvenient for me, but it was a lot more secure, right? So, you know, at the moment, we're in the era of change, of transformation, but the transformation and change now, the cycle of it is a lot shorter than it was 10, 20 years ago. I mean, the 3 years that have shown us now, that the cycle of change is so short, so quick, that people will say, oh, well, you know, in 20 years, biometric payments. No, it's 3-5 years. In Dubai, where there are facial biometrics being rolled out with certain banks. So, you know, democratization of luxury, as you say. I never worked in marketing. I was always a commercial guy. I wanted to, but I wasn't intelligent enough. It's there. we're bringing it to the masses. It's here. You know, we've got the PI POS. We've proven it in Europe, and now it's sort of bringing it to the international stage, to the UAE,
And it's
to America.
looking good.
It's looking positive. I mean, people get excited when they see it, and they can't help but go, "Can I try it?"
Even witness here. We could even witness here, but we still got. Thank you, Michael, so much, and bringing all those movies into my memory. I need to fresh up a bit. Chris, can you just, as a final, I would say, quotation of you today in here? How about the forecast of the usage of biometrics on finance market? Is it going to be something like extra, like something that we might use, or is it going to be a really big deal, something that will be there forever since today, nearly?
I would say I like Barbara your quote that there is a democratization of biometrics, and the piece of change is so quick. And someone told something that what was the science fiction for our parents, it's right now science facts for us, and it's really true. I would say you mentioned about all those movies, and right now we see that around us. And I strongly believe that biometrics, the different type of biometrics, it will be embedded into the banking system. Why? Because it has been allowed, at least in Europe, by banking authority. In 2019, European Banking Authority recognized behavioral biometrics as an official type of strong authentication, and it stays. In US, it's pretty the same. And because of the safety and convenience of our clients, definitely I strongly believe that biometrics would be embedded into the banking ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Chris. And this final note actually nearly goes to every single panelist in here. So is biometrics going to be the future solution? Not maybe only in finance sector, maybe elsewhere.
Yeah, I believe biometrics will be. And from something Michael said and talking about the movies, I just want to disabuse people of the idea that this is new. In 1986, I worked for Equifax, which was the credit bureau in the United States. It used to be called CBI Inc. at that time. And
if you speak about 3 letters and USA, we are all like,
oh yeah, no, it wasn't a TLA. It was not a 3-letter agency. So Credit Bureau Inc., CBI. And in 86, when I was working in IT and needed to access the computer room, which was limited access, I had a hard card that had my picture on it. I had to show that to a security guard, then use that to get into a man trap. So one door opened, I walked in, the door closed behind me. On the side, there was a full hand pad, so it did palm and 5 fingers. You had to scan, and then you had to punch in your security code, and then the other door opened. So we were using extreme biometrics with triple factor authentication all the way back in 86, way before Minority Report or True Lies or any of these other movies that you saw. And if I had to get into a vault with $10 billion, that system would still work quite well. But I do believe that we are going to see now the almost logarithmic ramp up of the use of biometrics. It's been coming a long time, very slowly and below the surface of what most people have seen. But I would imagine that between now and 2035, it will become the dominant form, not only in the payment industry, but for just about everything you need to authenticate yourself for.
Thank you. And Dr. Favas,
At the end, I will share with you a kind of project I'm working now with the central bank. And this shows how biometric is a current need for future change. In central bank now, for all small changes when there is money and transferring between front desk to the back big vault, they are giving it to an employee with an envelope, and he needs to sign that I received it, then go to the vault, he needs to sign that I delivered it. So now we're building a robot vault that an employee who from his desk, he can, from the system, I'm depositing 1,000 dirham or 1,000,000 dirham. And he will call the robot comes using LiDAR technology and navigation to the desk of the employee, and the employee using his fingerprint and face recognition, it will assign a task on him, and the robot will open his chest to deposit the money. And then he will assign that this money has to be delivered to this vault because has many vaults there. When the vault keeper receives the robot, he will receive notification through his app that the delivery will come to you, a package is coming to you. When the robot comes, the same keeper, he has to put his fingerprint with his recognition to open the chest and take the money and deposit it. This is currently what's happening in Central Bank. This is a project we are delivering, and we are planning to present it in 2023, the first pilot, and they are planning to make 160 robots around UAE by 2025. This shows how we are thinking biometric, and this shows how I think it's a good start or good movement, how to connect biometric with other technologies. So we're thinking about biometric as a separate technology. It's always a challenge to commercialize it, to market it, to present it. But if we connect it to a business need with the hardware, I think it's a good presentation. As a final thing, if I may to say, what we always think when all my meeting with the government, we always think about three things for anything related to financial banking: national security, data security, financial security, and how connected to privacy. So we always, when we present any solution, we have to start in our slide. This solution will hit which point? National data, or private, or national data, or financial. Then they can assign a value for this project. As Dr. Chris said, that proof of value. So when we say national security, how much you want? 50 million? Done. But when we say financial security, like the customer has to access to his account in a secured way, maximum $100,000. We don't care if the customer is happy or not. So this is how we always target the UAE.
Thank you so much. And I think that if you got already the open-hearted robot, then maybe you need to check and look closely in the eyes of the robot, and then you will be having the perfect, nearly human being with the biometrics features. Dear participants, it was a huge privilege to have you here. I think that we hit the audience with lots of data, with very important issues like Chris mentioned, for instance, about the system that the cost of the system and imperfections of the system. Yet for now, we got also the amazing forecast from you, and we hope for the synergy, and we look forward into the future. And I think that we might say the biometrics is the key word within the finance sector. It used to be, it started, but now it is actually, but fusion of my biometrics is the real thing and is the goal and code for the future. So thank you one more time, Michael, Chris, thank you, Dr. Havas, thank you, Dan, very much. And hopefully we will have another presentation, more scientifically approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oczywiście.
Thank you so much for this insightful panel. It was really a blast. This is what I can say. Okay, so now we are going to have a bit of challenge, because I see that everybody starts to roam around impatiently, because I already mentioned the prayer break, and that will give us a little bit of space. Yes, 45 minutes. So this is 45 minutes, last lap, the final lap, right? Last but not the least, hopefully, when we are now going to approach it from a scientific perspective. So we've been talking about the conceptualization, the fulfillment, how the business is doing that one. Let us talk about what is the academic approach to the same. So I can see that already, yes, With us, let me please introduce Dr. Mateusz Tokielewicz, the Warsaw University of Technology, Poland, but he is not only from an academic perspective. You will see it very soon when he will start asking his panelists to take the place. So I am just giving the mic over to him so that he can introduce his all panelists. And I know that people will be looking impatiently at their watches because whenever we are being separated from the lunch by the last session, that's the most difficult session, I guess. So Dr. Mateusz, over to you.
Is that working? Okay. Anya, thank you so much for this kind introduction. My name is Mateusz Tokielewicz. I'm from the Warsaw University of Technology. That's my original background from academia. I also happen to be a co-founder and the vice president of this organization, the Global Biometrics Council, which is a great privilege for me. And today I'm going to chair this panel. There's going to be a panel on science. And with me today, we will have, yes, that's a good idea. So yeah, we'll have 4 panelists, 3 of them are right here, and fourth, Dr. Adam Sully is connecting remotely from Toronto in Canada. Professor Adam, do we have a good connection? Do you hear us well?
Yes, I hear well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let me introduce our panelists. Our first, I'm going to just go from the top. Forgive me for that. So we're having Mahos Bulai, who gave an excellent keynote this morning, and whom I'm very grateful that you came. Do you need another coffee before we start? Okay, no, please have a seat, and please welcome Mahos. Yeah, we have Barbara, the president of the Global Biometric Council. Anna Tarabash, Curtin University, Dubai. And we have Professor Adam Sulik from the Schulich Business School of Business, York University from Toronto, Canada. Welcome. And I would typically say that ladies first, but I heard that Adam, you have some slides to share with us, so I'll be just grateful if you could pop up those slides and give us a quick brief of what you had in mind. Yeah, you're on mute. Yes. I think.
No, he's unmuted.
Okay.
I think. Thank you for the introduction. I don't know. Do you see my screen?
We cannot see slides. Can you please ensure that you are sharing your screen?
Yes, I'm sure that I think, but yeah, it says I'm sharing. So, yeah. You see?
I think the connection.
No, the connection is bad, but he's moving. So
maybe we can start.
Okay, so we are just asking IT for 1 second of assistance. You know, when usually something can go wrong. Okay. Yes, we are done. Thank you.
We're up online. Thank you so much.
If I could only please ask you for the clearing, just to hit that hide button that is there in the middle. Just, yes, thank you so much.
Tell me, please, one more time, what was the question, Matthew?
So my question was that you wanted to present some slides, right? And if you can,
oh, yes.
Or are you waiting for my question to start with your slides?
No. I was just providing you this the view. How many publications were prepared so far from 2003, and you see this increasing amount gathered in Scopus, publications dedicated only to the biometry and sustainable development, because I prepared a title that there are some non-obvious research directions right now in the science. And that's my observation for very initial point. And I'm looking for your questions and I would like to open maybe a discussion guided by you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Adam, I know that you're an expert in bibliometrics. That's one of the things you specialize in. And I know that you've maybe managed to go through some of the papers being technical science and business science, marketing science referred to biometrics. And can you summarize, for example, like which facilities in the world, be it like academia, government or private, are actually doing biometrics? And what are the hot topics?
Okay. So going step by step, you can use both Scopus, either the VOS viewer software to discover this, what you asked about the academia. You can go further for the biometrics and find out that the more government support this research is done by the scholars in scientific approach, but they highly cooperate with business. So the private sector is a provider of ideas, whereas the government provides actually the resources, human resources and facilities to construct the scientific way of that. That's the simple Scopus analysis, providing us also the most contributing authors I prepared here, but you can hit these spots, these places, also revealing, as I said, in the VOS viewer software. And these bibliometric maps indicate, as you asked it, not only the places, but also the surnames of certain researchers. The software gives the results in small letters. That's why the surnames are presented in small letters. And of course, it indicates the answer for a question about the frontiers of knowledge touched by the scientists. And you can see that if we ask about sustainable development and biometrics, we will have something non-obvious like forestry, preservation, decision-making, biometry, human decision, which is quite extraordinary observation that speech recognition, information management are also related to those topics. So you have like keywords indexed in the Scopus in the publication, so you can indicate to which right now topics are involved scientists around the world. And of course, you can have a bigger picture of that, adding more papers to the database, because that's the research done only among the 116 papers indexed there. And you can have in the same software the analysis from years. You can look what was the basic of the research, what was the term starting point, and you can see as well the newest topics tackled by the scientists. That's for the very beginning to give maybe a little bit background for further discussion. I will now disconnect with sharing a screen and returning to you to see your
Okay, thank you so much for your slides. I'm just going to pop up once. How do I bring him back? Okay.
Yes, it is. It is back.
Yeah, I meant bringing you back. Okay. Yeah, what's the time in Canada anyway?
if
yeah,
human are not involved in operating this stuff.
I think it's just the middle of the night.
Yeah, middle of the night. Thank you so much. And since this is a science panel, but apart from a technical perspective, so I learned that it's not only the biometrics, there's a science of biometrics in a technical content, but also in business and marketing. And Anya and Basha are experts on business and marketing science, including biometrics. So apparently, Mahos, you're outnumbered, but that's why you have me here. So let's start with the business perspective. So I have a question for you, Anya. The biometrics is getting ubiquitous. It's getting everywhere, right? And companies are implementing it in a various way. Various companies, lots of ways to implement biometrics. And I'm thinking about the task they have and the task they must give to the marketing departments. So how are they communicating it to the customers? So how do they, just sort of tame that fear of biometrics?
Okay. It's a very important question, because what we need to understand it is that there is a solution that is available, and there are applications that all of us are using. I can ask all of you, for example, how many of you use your Apple Pay or Samsung Pay or whatever, and then you need to push that finger thumbprint just to enable your card, right? You do it, right? You can just raise your hands. You do it. Before you were doing that with an NFC. And now you've seen that, as we've been discussing here in that panel, that it was so easy to scam your card, right? You could just drive the money out of it, unless you were carrying two cards, or you were, because then the device was getting nuts, and it was not so easy to swipe it. So that is why I was doing it. Or you needed to protect it with the metal fill. So the thing is that at certain moment, the biometrics came in, so you need to tap it with your fingerprint, and it is enabled for the limited amount of time, which is absolutely great. Safety, security foremost. But the thing is that we use it, but it was imposed on us because there is a solution. So for example, when bank has a solution, or there is a payment gateway, that, for example, Visa does it, Samsung does it, Apple Pay does it. We do it as another function, but we are not aware of the fact that such magic, we are, because we are cooperating with PayEye. But till we started, we didn't know that there is such a solution, right? Yeah. So that is a forefront, what we can use. Now, coming back to your question, we use it. Because even if I will dig into my bag, I will show you my Emirates ID, which just looks like a normal ID, but then there is a chip inside. And on that chip, we have all the information of the world, including our hand scanned in so many aspects, whole hand, bottom of the side of the hand, etc. Right? Now, it is something we use because we need to deal and clinch all the transactions, as Dan was saying. Now, how the companies, they advertise it. This is the challenge, because usually when I was even doing for the companies, for the startups that came here, I did my due diligence as a digital marketer, and I tried to make a benchmark of their online presence. First and foremost, majority of companies, they talk presenting their solutions. Application, if possible, right? Kudos to PayEye team, and trying to pitch it to B2C. But majority of these solutions, should be promoted and advertised and showcased to the B2B market. Because when the business will implement it, then it will be promoted by being imposed on end consumers. So there is a big challenge, because once more, when we talk about buyer persona, it's difficult to speak the same to different groups, because we end up talking not B2B, but we should talk B to B2C. So what I have seen, there is a discrepancy between what the companies communicate, B2B, this is a solution, these are the options, this is what we can do, and so on, and then something user-friendly. So to my surprise, I have realized that majority of biometrics company, they do not facilitate B2C communication. It is B2B only, and this is not end user friendly. Only the moment when Michael was saying, when I come and it works seamlessly, then I will be willing to use it. Or when it will be imposed by my institution, and it will be like a God's given thing, and they will tell me like, you need to use it. So then the fear of adoption, when we look at the technology acceptance, technology adoption curve, will start to be disseminated. Till that moment, What I need to say, if we still compare, for example, Poland, because today these were Polish startups, with what is being promoted in the UAE, we are nowhere there. However, as we've said, in the UAE, we are highly technology advanced. If I want to perform any government-related transactions, I am having one central system that stores by thumbprint. And with my thumbprint, I can access without the need of remembering all the boring passwords, ideally strong passwords, right? And it is happening seamlessly. So going back to your questions once more. Yes, there is communication. I think it is not enough. It is discrepant. It is discrepant. And it is not appealing for the true end users. So it is rather B to B, sometimes B to C, but this C doesn't understand why we need to use it. But when we start to talk about the applications, this is where the magic happens.
Add something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is why I didn't laugh at you. Obviously, I was laughing because this is what you get when you have both scientists and a practitioner in one person. And then we got like a kind of a psychological problems because till the half hour ago we've been like practitioners. We talk with you guys normally, but now we talk with and we look at AI and digital gateways like objects of the scientific research. And actually, this is what we do. So this panel is based on actually what market does and how we can describe it in a scientific way. So definitely what you said, Anna, about this marketing communication is all true, but obviously we need to point out that this whole field is very fresh. It's very new. So it's also about, you know, the society of knowledge, the learning society. So definitely. So that's, I think this is also the important keyword that needs to be said in here, that this is so fresh that it's hard to even present any model. And I hope that Matti will ask me about some models that we can base on, because that's what I'm doing with my team.
Yeah, which brings me precisely to my second question to you, Basia. About the fears of biometrics, because I know that you have, with your research team, you have studied biometrics in a marketing and business way, and you've done some studies on fears regarding the implementation and proliferation of biometrics. So my question is, what are those fears? What are people afraid of regarding biometrics? And then how can we make it better?
So first off, if I may start with that, we as a team, we had a huge fear to start this research because whenever it's so fresh within science, how you can get the literature studies before. So that was our main fear before, just for laugh. Obviously, I can say it as an anecdote, but my team, that is Anna Andryk, that is Professor Wojciech Wodo, and also from Poland, and Cyprian Kozyra and Katarzyna Piasecka. We created a nice article, nice paper already published in sustainability. So this is a little bit of advertisement, but it's go and read, please. Yeah, but it's I think we did a study really well, referring to the literature study, obviously. So we were trying to find any model that will answer to your question, and we couldn't. So we decided to take the innovative models. So we took the technology acceptance model and we combined it with the United Technology Acceptance and Usage model. So TAM and UTAUT. So we took two of those models. Then we went through all the surveys and all the qualitative research. So it took us a while, like 8 months, I suppose. So we actually, to speak with the normal language, not scientific, we talk with people, with a lot of people. We ask them lots of questions to realize how can we qualify those fears. And not to give you like many, we had 18 hypotheses in the paper, so I'm not gonna bore you with all the 18 hypotheses in here, but let me just introduce to the model that we created that deals with the fears, referring to the acceptance of biometrics innovations on the market. Obviously, we did the research in Poland. Now we're going to do it here in Dubai. And then later on, I hope, you will join. Thank you. So you see the international team. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you see, so this is Avengers, Avengers of biometrics. So definitely we discovered that there are two main fears, and it's not maybe like the something amazing that I will tell you now, but scientifically to prove that it's not always that easy. So we know that you guys, you are not rational, you are irrational, because in the both ways, you want to have more agile living, you want everything to be more simple, to be more fresh, to be more with the better usage of it. But in the same time, whenever you get some innovation like that, you got this fear, and with biometrics of new things, new technology especially. But with biometrics, it goes also with two ways. The fear of your body as a constant, I would say, concept. So maybe it will damage my face. Maybe the scanning will damage my fingers. Maybe the scanning especially will damage your eyes. And with eyes, this is the most hilarious, because this is so fragile. I mean, the eyeball that you fear the most. But when you realize that it's not something that will touch you, then you do, okay, so it's a perfect solution. But as in the same time, you get a huge fear about your data. So this is another very important issue that that we need to deal with. And maybe this is a connection with the question that you had to Anna. So if we discovered that fields of fears, this is that we know, and this is when I speak to PAI, ident and gateway, digital gateways. This is what we need to focus on together, I think, in this ESG and CSR society that we and market that we have to right now. This is the main field that we need to educate our consumers, because they are just irrational. They want it, but they got this fear about it. So we need to encourage them just.
Yeah, so I think that, yeah, you're right. They may be irrational, but they may be rational at some point. You know what biometrics, because of maybe some bad associations, like biometrics for most people is like associated with passports, maybe like ID documents, and passports are what the government, and people don't trust the government, at least in Poland. It's a habit that we have. Yeah, so here we also need to educate that this is not only the government and the public sector. These are only some private companies are entering the market, and they generally want to preserve your privacy. They don't want your data. They want to help you with biometrics, not make your life, harder. Yeah. And Adam, you have anything to add? You want to chime in on that one?
Yeah, I would like to just add that I think that the curiosity is linking scientists and business, and I think that people more curious than fear of something, according to my perspective, and the curiosity wins always over all fears and prejudices. Yeah, so it's like my session. I'm very thankful to Professor Trimakos from Georgia for showing us those also limitations of current studies of biometrics. I was wondering, Professor, how would biometrics change if someone's appearance would drastically change in time? Like the face recognition would be the example of curiosity among people. We are looking for our sibling or our not related but twin, someone so similar to us that our curiosity think about that, brother.
Okay, I didn't
We're
get
having a bad connection with you, Adam,
the last
but I
part.
think that Mahos got the general
Got,
idea of the
yeah.
question. So yeah,
Yes. Okay. So, but the area of biometrics is so there are so many challenges, and one of the challenges that you're talking about is, for example, aging or the similarity when you have like twins or you have you know, siblings. That's a big problem. There are many studies in this in the field. One of the interesting studies maybe people would like is that you know, the daughter usually resembles the father, or the son resembles more the mother. So you see that, and then there are studies about that. But at the end of the day, you have also the aging factor that I talked about in passports, driver licenses. All these things are problems and challenges that are brought forward usually from the business perspective. So we as academicians, usually we go in meetings like this, and then somebody from the government or the industry will come and say, you know what, this is what happened to me, and I have a problem identifying people, you know, when they are like when there's a difference like 5 or more years, and how do I handle that? So there are many algorithms that in academia are being used to handle this problem. There are actually multiple challenges and competitions online that you can see how far the technology has gone over the years. Another interesting fact is that when somebody is like below 18 years old, it's much more difficult. And there are models that you can, and usually in Homeland Security, for example, in US, but also in the European Union, I'm sure that when they're trying to predict or to predict how, if a child is kidnapped, for example, how they will look like in like 5, 10, or 15 years old. I think there was the case also in Portugal, if you remember, it's still an active case after so many years. They want to predict how you look like to be able to verify. So they're using models for that. If you're very young, you don't have the wrinkles, it's another challenge. Yes, exactly. And we have even in academia, because I'm using face recognition for more than 20 years. So I have also published a lot of work and showing that, you know, it's female or male. There are certain challenges, at least in closed sets, where it's more easier to recognize a male with beard and all these unique characteristics, where females sometimes it becomes more challenging. Then people start talking about bias in biometrics. So there's a lot of things going on in this field. There's no one answer. But at the end of the day, it's fun to work in academia and work on all these problems. It's a completely different challenge when you have to bring those solutions to the market and become scalable, sustainable, and update continuously those solutions for the customer to feel comfortable that it's working and that you don't have any cost. And as we are teaching, I'm teaching, last week I was teaching my students in the class. I was asking them, what is the cost for you in a biometric system or in a pattern recognition system? And they were saying, oh, if the accuracy is lower than expected, I have a cost. And I was telling them, no, that's not only the only cost. The cost is the financial cost also associated with the decision-making of a system. And this cost is, also can be adjusted by the decision of the biometric system itself, whether you make it more strict or less strict. So there are a lot of things that we as academicians don't think about that much, because we're not trained to deal with the challenges of the market. But in University of Georgia, we do a lot of things, and the Innovation Hub, for example, is one of the best in the United States, #1, #2 for some years now. And I've been interacting with them. They do a lot of training, and what I've learned is to think differently, how the business perspective versus the academic perspective. I don't know, I talked a lot. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit jet lagged too. So hopefully what I said makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Two things for both the panelists. Professor Mahas, to you, in terms of aging, changes, etc., there is one aspect that we have not touched base with that dramatically changes. And this is an aspect that is quite popular here in the UAE. These are all these surgeries and all these beauty clinics. When you have fillers, shapers, I think this is advanced long-lasting makeup, and this is something that should be thought upon. And Barbara, for your research, something that came to my mind, you said like these fears are mostly irrational, but I think that today we have not spoken. We have talked about the data leakage, but I think that we should highlight now if we are losing the personal identifiable information like data of name, surname, mobile number, email, which is already sensitive data. Now imagine that if we're going to have companies, right, that will be storing our full biometrics, face scan, iris, right? I've seen you making this gesture. Yes, so you know what I'm talking about. I think this is the rational fear that we need to overcome. And I think that biometrics in terms of facilitating the security should be as a system itself, as an approach itself, secured, not doubled, not tripled, till the power of 10, so we can ensure that that will not leak. So what Dan was saying in 86, right? When it was there at that moment, how far we should be as companies storing these types of solutions now.
If I may, thank you. I think that I think that's the thing about the education that we spoke about before, and this is the clue that I got this. You know, I will quote myself. I spoke about irrational fears, yeah, because actually the thing that customers that they don't know is that is much easier to get into your payment card than to get to biometrics. And if you mix 2-3 different biometrics, it's nearly impossible because it's not, this is the vision that we got only from the movies. Yeah, that somehow we keep like, you know, the full image of the face or the eyeball somewhere or the palm of the hand. It's not like that at all. It's like very amazing algorithms. Everything is mathematically, you know, it looks like I think the code of the face of our iris can be like the long of this wall. So it's really easier to get to our bank account if we got the payment card. So that's the thing that we need to do. Yeah. So I got this feeling that our association, the Global Biometrics Council, as a goal, main goal, one of 2 main goals, got this educational approach. And also we hope to create some programs for the students that we're gonna talk about as an international program that we're gonna do in order to promote this concept, because it's not only for the finance sector that we talk about this year. Next year we will talk about different sectors, but we know already it's vending machines and any other place where you want to be sure that you is you, that you are actually opening. So biometry in this meaning is a perfect key, like a natural key given by a mother nature to us that actually can open nearly everything. Yeah. But it's very coded highly.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So we get like 12 minutes left and I have to give Mahas a chance to get technical with me. So Mahas, there was no time after your keynote for some questions, but I do have one. You've talked about challenges in biometrics and biometric systems. We've discussed deep fakes, aging, privacy of the data sets, Tom Cruise, etc. But I wanted to ask you about just one, and that's bias. And bias in biometric system is something that's, you know, for face recognition, it's so popular that there's even a Netflix movie about it. So I wanted to ask you this, how can we like fight that problem,
Mhm.
what's the remedy? I don't know. Fusion of biometrics, maybe?
Okay, that's a good question. This is and it's hard one. I think only NIST can answer this question because NIST actually answered this, and the answer is like multiple pages, which I don't remember, especially now that I'm jet lagged. But I will, before I go to there, I would like to if you allow me, one comment about the, because Anna had a very good point about cosmetics, and also there are studies about cosmetics, and one of all biometric solutions, including the problem of bias, can be adapted by new algorithms, by new approaches, or by new remedies, right? Or recipes. For the cosmetics, for example, which is a problem, I've read studies like even 10 years ago, the plastic surgery and all that. It's the same as it's very similar to makeup or deep fakes. All those problems have similar vulnerabilities that need to be handled by reporting what those vulnerabilities are, including bias. There are some vulnerabilities. How do we handle this? One of the ways to handle, for example, cosmetics and all that is by a continuous authentication and update of your pattern. So if you go to do a plastic surgery, whatever you're going to do, if you're going to go through the gate in the airport, you have to re-enroll.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't
it's happening very often in Dubai.
Exactly.
Something I think that Sally was mentioning, right? That you need to go back. Very often you can see that ladies with distinctive fillers. Wow. They go back and go back and go back because
Correct.
If you is not you.
Very good. So that's a great point. So you need to re-enroll in those cases. Also, that's why it becomes the factor of multi-factor authentication is playing a key role. For example, if I change my face for some reason, and I can use now my fingerprint because, okay, you're not going to do fillers in your fingerprints. And I really want to access my phone and really want to go through the security gate. So once your solution is customer friendly, you have to accommodate, you have to design your solutions to address those challenges as they appear. So if you have higher frequency, people sit down and say, okay, how will we handle this problem? And that's how you do it. And you add another biometric, or you deal with that biometric if you have only one face and re-enroll and all that. Bias, as you are saying, also it's another big problem. We don't have time. If there are multiple studies that discuss bias. Everything started with MIT. I've been last month also in a meeting. They were talking about that. MIT had a report about the bias in biometric, which everybody now says, oh yeah, why you presented this paper the way you presented it, because it gives a false a feeling of insecurity to the people. It's not exactly true how the way they describe it, and I know you're familiar about that, but I don't have time to explain the details. But in reality, the bias is related to, for example, imbalanced data. When I develop algorithms that are trained only one population versus another one, there is always a problem. And you can see that with the algorithms. For example, if you have, there was a study where you train a lot of data with Caucasians, and then you take it to Asia and it doesn't work. Or you go to Asia, have a lot of Asian faces, train those models, bring it back in US, for example, or European Union, doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
And then, so you cannot say, oh, the algorithm is racist. These are what people are saying, or they try to make it like, oh my God, a big hit. But in reality, yes, exactly.
Because it's a melting pot, right? Your issue is solved. So I think that this research should happen really
here. Exactly. And that's so once you start, that's actually a fantastic point. And once you start developing solutions with this mindset and say, okay, where is my population? Where do I need to develop my algorithms? At which population? Is it male, female? What kind of ethnicity? Then you create dedicated solutions that work well, because at the end of the day, you want to develop solutions that are not biased, but are accurate. The biggest problem right now is how to communicate to the public that no, the algorithms are all racists, right? How do you communicate to the public to trust the technology and use it in everyday lives, like they're using other phones seamlessly, and for transactions that are safe, secure? But again, also there is another perspective. You know, if you lose your phone or if you lose you forget your password, you can replace it, but you cannot replace easily your biometric. And there is also a fear about that. It is so unique that if you lose it, then you compromise a lot, and that's why it's a big challenge. So we need to treat it a way that it's supposed to be treated. That's why you see a huge move right now with the GDPR in Europe, and also in US now. Different states are following one after the other. Started with Illinois and Texas. Now went to Washington State, and now you have New York and Virginia. There's a lot of discussion about this, but at the end of the day, we as technologists and scientists, but also in startups and in businesses, you have to think about all this and develop the solutions that are customer friendly, and we want to help. We want to help. That's the bottom line. And we need to communicate to the public that to trust us, and that's what we want to do. And how do we handle the data? How do we handle privacy? And these are critical questions that we need to educate the public so that they feel more comfortable using this technology. I don't know, I talked a lot. Hopefully I was on time and on subject. If I was not, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was both on time and on subject. Thank you so much, Mahos. Adam, any final thoughts from you? Because we have like 3 minutes, so there's still time to chime in.
I hope the connection works. My observation was, I mentioned that already, that the curiosity led us to the frontiers of knowledge and indicates new areas where we want to work these problems out and to solve these problems indicated by business. So I think that curiosity wins over yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you. Yeah, perfect summary. Thank you so much, guys, for participating in this panel. We had a great business marketing perspective. We have a great science perspective. We kind of fused it together in a really neat way. So that's great. So thank you. And please, the audience, to thank the panelists for a great job.
And we would like to thank you with asking you to join us within the coffee break and prayer break, obviously, right now.
Yep. So as I was saying before, the plan for now, it is that we will organize 1 hour prayer/coffee break for speakers. I would like to, those of you who can join us back at 2 p.m. after the prayer break and the coffee break for the speakers, if we could just resume at 2 p.m., please, for the closing keynote and the closing remarks, so we could wrap up the conference itself by approximately 3 p.m. Thank you so much for your patience, for your attendance, and for those of you who cannot join us after the prayer break, thank you so much for your attendance. I hope that this session and today's evening was eye-opening for you. Thank you so much.
not panel, but a speech. We got another keynote speaker that will be Professor Adam Czajka from University of Notre Dame, USA. Adam, are you with us?
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Let me change the camera.
If I may just tell you, Dr.
There we
Adam
go.
Czajka is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Notre Dame that I mentioned already. His scientific interests include a wide spectrum of a topic in computer, vision pattern recognition, biometrics, and security. His recent research focuses on employing human intelligence to increase reliability of methods detecting unknown types of biometric presentation attacks. Adam, we are fully proud, we are honored to have you here, and let's say that the floor is yours.
Thank you, Basia. So I'm hoping you can hear me and you can see my first slide, probably. Someone can say yes, that will be great.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Excellent. So welcome everyone. Good afternoon. It's 6 a.m. here in Indiana in the US. So for me it's good morning, very good morning. As Basia said, I'm working in the University of Notre Dame, and I have a pleasure to co-direct computer vision research laboratory that we are running here together with Professor Boyer, Professor Flynn, and Professor Shire. And I wanted to take you to a journey that will tell how to use human perception or human perceptual intelligence to make our not only biometric methods, but also computer vision methods a little bit better. It's a little bit different paradigm from usual training or usual design of different computer vision or machine learning algorithms that we have seen for, I know, recent several years or maybe decades, especially when deep learning started to be super popular. We also started to see a lot of problems with generalization. And that is one of the main topics or main headaches that we have right now in biometrics, and especially in biometric security, presentation attack detection, which I will be talking about as well. So how to use human perceptual intelligence, which is great. This is what this talk will be about, and I would like to invite you to this. So I will start with something that every talk should have some catching points, right? So I will start with a photo of a girl, without a doubt, and my question to you, and you can think about this for a few seconds, is whether this image is fake or real, or is it a real person, or it's a person maybe generated by some generative models. And if you think about this for 2 seconds, probably, or 1 second, you would say, oh no, that's a real person, right? And it's a beautiful girl looking at us. But then if you think about this for 10 seconds more, probably, and you think, oh, Adam is asking about that, so maybe it's not true. Maybe this person actually is synthetically generated. And that's correct. And probably many of you know the web page "This person does not exist," where you can go and pull a lot of, actually thousands of or millions of images of people that do not exist. If you look closely at this picture, then, if you know that this person really does not exist, you can see a lot of different artifacts. For instance, if you look at the ears, they are different. So we should have actually a symmetric face, or more or less symmetric face. The earrings are not actually matching in this picture. We have some weird scars or some features on the face, on the skin, which also look kind of atypical. We have a lot of problems, I would say, with her, right? So there are some attributes, there are some artifacts that are relatively easy for a human who is well trained, or we can say that we're well trained in face recognition. We saw a lot of faces in our lives. So humans are actually quite good in visual tasks, in many visual tasks, not all of them, but many visual tasks. We are visual creatures, I would say. Here's another image, which I'm showing because if you look at this, probably it should be clear for you that it's not a real image. These models sometimes do errors, thanks God. So we can easily detect this kind of abnormalities. That's about face, and the same with iris, of course. We can generate many different things. And the second question to you is which one is real, left or right? And you can look closely at these two images. Those of you, and I'm guessing that we may have some iris recognition experts in the room. So especially those experts should see some very interesting artifact here in this image. So I will tell you that the left is authentic, the right is fake. And of course, in addition to some irregularities in pupil shape, and you can also look at the texture, it's a little bit weird on the right. You can see that this generative models try to learn some text that is put by one of the iris recognition cameras when these images are captured. So it did a bad job. It tried hard, but it actually did a very bad job in this. So again, humans who are, in this case, trained or know what to look at, what kind of features are atypical, which kind of features are normal for a given domain, they perhaps can help these models to do a better job. And you can, of course, generate millions or infinite numbers of different samples. This is a web page, of course. This iris does not exist, created by one of my PhD students, Patrick Tinsley. This must have happened, of course, right? This X does not exist. And if you go to this web page, you will see a lot of cats that do not exist. Pepe does not exist. I thought Pepe exists, but okay. So there are probably some Pepes that do not exist. And there are some startups that do not exist, and so on and so on. So I think we're entering, or maybe we are already, in a very, very interesting period where reality mixes with synthetic reality, or synthetic world actually is mixed with our reality, and we need to learn actually how to recognize this synthetic fake samples. And this is especially very important for biometrics, in which we want to say that this is an authentic, real human, and this is that person, exactly that person that we want to see in front of our system. So it's all interesting and generates curiosity, at least at our side. There's one of other very popular generative models, DALL-E. You can provide a prompt like this, mutual curiosity, and it will generate a picture for you. So these models are so effective. They in some sense understand what we're talking to them. A lot of fun with DALL-E, with Stable Diffusion, which is recently also quite popular. I'm not sure if this curiosity is also on the machine side. I should say no, or I should hope no, but who knows? So, as I said, we have pretty good visual machinery here in our head. On the left, you see the most powerful, I think, still the most powerful computer in the world, Fugaku in Japan. And again, another question is if you can estimate how much power is needed to operate this computer. This computer is comparable, or the computational capacity is comparable to our brain. So it's a very interesting comparison. We can guess a few numbers, but this is more or less what we need to operate this machine and to do some visual inference. So a lot of energy, and I don't want to comment this now when we have such critical problems with energy globally. There are some estimates how much energy our brain needs. There are different estimates, but many of them actually agree that we do not, or our brain does not need more than what light bulb actually needs. It's 20 watts or 50 watts, 30 watts. It depends on the study. So this is a massive disproportion, which means that we were using our brain, which actually receives 2/3, if I remember well, 2/3 of visual information or visual signals. And as processing, 2/3 of our brain is actually engaged in visual processing. That means that we have something that we can learn from, and that's basically the idea. Here's, for instance, one comment about the costs is the cost of training modern GPT-3, which is a transformer that can generate human-like text. And probably also heard about this. So if we have this machine in our head, which does all these processes or most of the visual process so effectively, it would be actually not very wise not to try to learn from human perception. And of course, it's not a new concept. We were trying to learn from human perception for decades or maybe hundreds of years. The question is, of course, how to do it effectively and how to do it effectively for a given domain. So we coined the term human-machine supervision cycle. This is what we are using in my lab because it's not only interaction. Human-computer interaction is now flourishing, actually. There are a lot of teams working on human-computer interaction, different aspects of human-computer interaction. But we want to go a little bit further. So it's not only interaction, it's more collaboration or even supervision, in which two players, artificial intelligence model and human intelligence, play together and supervise actually each other to be better and better. Why we can do this? Because, of course, the AI model, artificial intelligence model, for instance, one used in biometrics or in biometric applications, we usually train these models with non-visual inputs. What it means non? It means that we know what we should expect, or we have some training data that we know what they contain. And in the context of presentation attacks, we know what kind of attack it is. In case of iris recognition, we can think, oh, maybe someone is wearing contact lenses, or someone is presenting this iris on some iPad or other device to the camera. So we know what to expect. We have a lot of data, or we try to have a lot of data, as much data as we can, and we train this model with a hope it will behave well. Human, of course, is trained throughout the life because we're exposed to a lot of different visual stimuli all the time. But also there is something that is much more interesting for us, and this is what we want the system to do for us: recognize unknown or challenging inputs. And again, in biometrics, we have unknown people, so we have our iris and or face recognition system, but we will have a lot of people that we don't know, or we will put them, or we're putting them actually in the environments that we don't know. We don't know many things, not only humans, but also skills of this human skills of the operators, if they are put in some collaboration with some operators. And the systems should react to this well. What does it mean? Again, it depends on the domain, but they at least should not generate false matches, for instance, in case of biometrics. But if human knows what to do or is better in this task, we can guide the training, or at least the AI training, using human perceptual intelligence. So we can ask human, or ask the AI model, look, human actually knows how to do it. Try to learn as much as you can from this intelligence, from this machine. The AI model should be better and better. And of course, after some time, it should be able to offer something as a reward. And this reward can be some interpretations that will support human experts. That's the second part of the cycle. But I'm going to focus on on this one. So how to train, how to make computer vision, or in this case, biometric methods better, how to learn from human perception. I have maybe 2 or 3 methods that I would like to show you. So this is the journey that I would like to take you. Very, very short journey. I think we have like 25 minutes or 30 minutes. And I'll be talking about iris recognition. This is what is my core research area. A few words how to use human perception effectively to design iris recognition algorithms, so how to make them better, hopefully, which is not the full story because we have now we have the dark side of the moon and people who definitely want to spoof the system for many, of course, different reasons. So we should be able actually to design algorithms that can detect this kind of attacks. And here is where my human perception-driven guidance comes into play, and that these 2 methods are specifically designed for deep learning, which is now, I think, dominant approach to solve many different computer vision or machine learning problems. So a few words about iris recognition, just to have a context. I'm sure that we have a lot of experts in the room or in this meeting, but not all of us are experts. So a few words of what iris recognition is. We quite often say it's from cradle to grave biometrics. It's one of a few, maybe the only one that has a very stable pattern that fully develops by the end of 8 months of the gestation. Here is the iris pattern captured for a newborn, so right after birth, by our colleague Dr. Piotr Maciejewicz from Warsaw. These patterns are first, they are fully developed when we are born. They are different for identical twins. Here's one iris of the identical twin, the second identical twin. And if you look at these patterns, the eyelashes may be similar, but if you look at the iris patterns, they are different. These are 2 identical twins that visited the lab at Notre Dame, one of the collection events. This pattern stays almost intact. Actually, it's usable 2-3 weeks after that, which is kind of gruesome. I'm sorry for this, but I promise to explain why it's from cradle to grave. So we have some very unique biometric attributes throughout the life, which is great. This is something that we definitely look in biometrics. You can see that all these pictures are gray, and it's not because I don't like color. It's because computer vision doesn't like color in this case. So we have a lot of melanin. We want to be agnostic to eye color. So we don't want any color images. And we also don't want, in this case, we don't want retina images, which sometimes for some reason is confused with iris recognition. There are many algorithms, but I think that if you wanted to start the journey and learn how iris recognition works, I think the seminal work was proposed by John Dagman 30 years ago, who proposed to use a set of kernels, and these kernels that you see in the slide are Gabor wavelets. And this is also interesting thing because Gabor wavelets are they are modeling quite well the receptive fields in our visual cortex. So again, we have some connection between the brain and the algorithm that is, I think, still dominant on the market. So many commercial systems, not all of them, but many commercial systems in some sense follow the idea that John proposed 30 years ago. This algorithm builds something that we call iris code, which is basically the representation, a very short representation of features enhanced by kernels, by Gabor wavelets in this case. We can use different kernels. I will show you another alternative, but basically this is what we are doing. We're trying to enhance some features, individual features, translate them into binary code. And this binary code should be identical for very close for the same eye if you take this picture from a newborn period until the death. Here is the Hamming distance, which measures or tells us how close these iris images are. And for different irises, we have the distribution shown on the right. For same irises, the distribution is on the left. What we want to have, of course, is to have these distributions fully separated. And this is basically what happens for iris recognition for many good algorithms today. So what we can do better, maybe we can ask humans to do this task for us. This is one of the experiments that we did. So we can ask humans to look at the pair of iris images very carefully and tell us whether this pair of iris images show the same iris, the same person or not. And this is maybe another task for you. So you can look at this two images and think if this is the same iris or different irises. And you can actually look at see some crypts on the left. I'm hoping you see my cursor. So on the left, we have a crypt. On the right, we have a crypt that corresponds to the one on the left, and so on, so on. So you can just go feature by feature. Interesting thing is that we're not using the whole iris image. In this case, we're trying to find some interesting key points or interesting spots that would correspond between two images. And after some time, we can say, oh, this is actually the same eye because I see a lot of matching features. So can we learn from humans how they do that? Well, we can actually. This is the experiment that we did. We just asked people to look at pairs of images, a lot of pairs of a lot of images, a lot of irises. Maybe not a lot of humans because this is always limited, right? This kind of experiments, but hundreds of people who were looking at pairs of iris images, and they were recorded, or their gaze was recorded using eye tracking. And this is interesting. If you look at this picture, or maybe the next picture shows the heat maps where people were looking. This is an example from a person who correctly solved this task. As I said, we actually focus on some, we call this fixation points, but we focus on some features that definitely do not cover the entire image. So the idea was, we did this, I think, 4 years ago, probably. So the idea was to get all these features, pull all these features from images. We call them iris patches. Use some not very rocket science, mathematics, which in this case is independent component analysis. It's a method to develop filters based on this iris patches, which will be sensitive, which should be sensitive to features represented in this small iris patches. So this is a 10-second summary of what is happening here. As a result, you have a series of filters you can use to enhance, highlight features that were used by humans. In this row, you can compare this with standard filters that in this case, binary statistical image features is one of the very popular computer vision texture descriptor. So even if you compare this set of filters, you can see that they are different. So they are looking at different features. Those developed from human perception, they are looking at some blobs, spots, dark dots. Those which were trained for not natural images, they are mostly actually like Gabor wavelets. So they look at some edges and some very generic components that people usually are focusing on. So is it better if we just replace the filters, if we replace the feature extraction? Now, of course, I could show you different analysis from our papers, and that would be easy. And I could cherry pick papers and results showing that we're, of course, the best. That's very easy. And all of us, most of the scientists are doing this. But I found actually that was interesting. I found two papers by two different groups, independent of us, who are using this this approach, and they found actually this algorithm to be the best out of all open source algorithms, which was super surprising to me. And of course, it was very nice to see that it was absolutely independent evaluation of what we proposed a few years ago. That's encouraging, actually. And this is not to show off; it's more to tell that there is something in this approach of learning from human perception that brings something to the table. So we solved iris recognition, maybe not, but we made it a little bit better, maybe. So what about iris presentation attack detection? I showed you a lot of synthetic irises, maybe not a lot of, yeah, a lot in one of the slides. What else may happen? People can come with some printed iris and show it to the system. And that's probably a thing that is now we're smiling looking at this. But I think if you just present this kind of artifacts 10 years ago or 15 years ago to some of the commercial systems, they would be very happy to accept that, which was kind of disturbing when I was observing this. Many people wear contact lenses with texture. Texture contact lens, of course, covers partially the authentic iris texture, which makes it impossible or very difficult to recognize that person. So if someone doesn't want to be recognized, this is one of the ideas what he or she can do. We can display something on iPhone, but it doesn't work. So this is what the iris camera, commercial camera, sees in this case, because we work in near infrared. So the beginning of my talk, I told you that we are using grayscale images taken in near infrared. We're not using RGB or visible light, at least in commercial approaches. But if you display something on a Kindle, on the device that reflects the light, then you can actually do a very similar attack as with the printout. People have prosthetic eyes. This is actually on the right. You can see a real prosthetic eye in the eye socket. So we had a person in the lab who came, one of the eyes actually was prosthetic. You couldn't really say that it's a prosthetic eye. It was a really well-made prosthesis. And as simple as just rotating the iris image, that's one of the iris presentation attack that may happen and actually happened. So we need to detect this kind of attacks. Two simple ideas, again, something that we developed in the lab, independently of deep learning, independently of popular computer vision algorithms, because especially if you have some extra information from the commercial system, especially from the commercial system, you can do more than just looking at a single still image. This method, for instance, looks at the shadows that are created by texture contact lens. So if you illuminate the iris from two different angles, you will generate different shadows. The shadows can be actually compared, and you can tell, oh, there is something on the cornea which creates these shadows. So we call this photometric hysteria, because you can use it to actually estimate the 3D shape of the object. Or pupil dynamics, which is not a maybe surprising method that you can use, because pupil reacts, or iris reacts to light, and you can see this shape. The shape of the reaction is corresponds to the shape of reaction of live eye. So there are plenty of different methods we can use. Because we have plenty of different methods, we have plenty of different ideas how to spoof the systems. We can, what we did, and what we have been doing with Professor Stefan Schakers for, oh gosh, I think 10 years already. So we're running live.iris competition. So it's presentation attack detection competition. We invite people to submit algorithms, and we have plenty of different ideas how to spoof iris recognition with different. This one set actually of these ideas you can see in the slide. And we just assess these algorithms. The most recent one was in 2020. And you could, if you look at this iris images or fake iris images, you should say, oh, that should be relatively easy right? To recognize all of them. All of them have some artifacts. But if you run the algorithm in a way that in the open set recognition manner, it means that one of those, at least one of those, was unknown. So I'm going back to one of the first slides, right? One of this is unknown. So for instance, a dull eye has never been seen by these algorithms. And then this is what we're getting. So ACER, it's it's an acronym of the error from the ISO standard, which means basically this is the average of errors. One type of error is when we do not recognize the fake iris, and this second type of error is when we call the live iris fake, which of course is kind of false rejection, which we don't want to happen. So on average, we are at about 30% of the error rate. This is what the winning algorithm actually offered in open set recognition scenario. And of course, I don't want to say that the winner is bad, right? Or the algorithm was bad, but this is basically what the state of the art is. If you train this algorithms on all possible artifacts, then these errors will be close to zero. It's very easy. If you pull at least one attack type, then you're landing at about like 30% of the error rate, which is disturbing. So after 3 decades of iris recognition, we're still actually having problems in detecting this kind of artifacts. So let's try to make things better. What we did? We again asked people to look at these iris images. One thing, how we organize the experiments actually is to be fair and to really look if these methods help. We always in these experiments removed one of the attack types. So you can see, for instance, here, this is eyes were not used in any experiments in any design. We used part of the bona fide set of iris images and a lot of different ideas how to spoof the system. And then diseased eyes were part of the bona fide iris images went to the testing phase, right? So this is what we call open set in this case. One of the attack types is unknown. What happens if we do this, right? And each scientist needs to have at least one slide with the equation or one slide with the plot, because then everyone thinks that we're doing really complex and really important things. So I have at least one plot to make this impression, but it should be easy. So what we're getting. So if we're lucky enough and we have a lot of data, a lot in this case means in our lab we have approximately 500,000 of iris images, including different types of attacks, mostly texture contact lenses. So if we train a model, and I'm now talking about deep learning model, deep neural network, which, as I said, is very popular currently. So if we're lucky enough, our receiver operating curve is here, which is marked by large. What does it mean? It means actually the spot that we're targeting is the top left corner, in the top left corner, which means that we don't want to have any false matches, and we want to have 100% of true matches. So that will be great. So the closer we are to the top left point, the better. So for this large training set, we're quite close. So even if we remove one attack type, but we have enough data, this network start to generalize pretty well. And the problem is that we usually don't have this. Or if we have a system that operates already at the airport and someone brings a known attack type, right? Some sample of unknown attack type, we actually want to react with just a single sample. In machine learning, it's called one-shot learning or few-shot learning. It's a very popular approach right now. So we want to react very quickly without millions of samples. How to do that? If we have to just put this into contrast, if we have just like 700, 800, less than 1,000 iris images, we're close to a random chance classifier. So basically this system annotated here as small is not great, or actually is very bad. So what we did, we asked people, of course, to look at iris images. Some of them were fake, some of them were real, and we asked them to annotate. First, tell us what they see, and second, annotate features for us. And this is an example of iris with texture contact lens. And someone said, oh, this is a texture contact lens, and this is what I think. These were features that supported my decision. So we collected the salience by just asking people, what are features useful for them to make a good decision? And they did pretty good job. So we asked several people to look at the same image multiple times. This images, we had 765 different images. We have hundreds of people actually looking at this, what you see here are annotations from different people. So even if people do a good decision, they actually look at different features, which is great. This is what we want. We want to have a wide spectrum of different saliency features from different humans. And then you can create a salience map, which you can see on the right. And this in this example, we have prosthetic eyes. So you can see that actually people were focusing on some very weird specular highlights from artificial cornea. So they picked actually the features pretty well. And now how we can use this? We can, a very simple idea which we applied is to augment the data. So instead of training our deep learning models using just regular iris images, we train them with data, with samples, with some information, high frequency information removed. So whatever was not salient to humans, whatever was not important to humans, these features were, or these areas were blurred out. In this case, we removed information, high frequency information, so related to edges and tiny features. We removed that information from the training process at all. And many people look at this, scratch their head and said, guys, you're crazy. So you're limiting the amount of information that goes into the neural network, which is a counterintuitive approach to what we usually do. We have, as I said, we have little data. We wanted to have more data. And what we are doing is just limiting the data. And that was actually super interesting to see that after this approach, what happened is that our accuracy using exactly the same 765 images, but when they were modified in that way, so some not important information was removed from the training data, actually this network started to work much better. So one of the ideas how to use human perception is not to maybe add the information, but remove the information that was not salient to humans. That was actually pretty interesting observation. What can be another approach? Another approach is something maybe specific to deep learning, in which we have something that we call loss function. So all training methods or training strategies have some kind of loss function or goal function. So in the case of loss function, we want to minimize something. So there's some loss that we want to make as small as possible. In this case, the loss function corresponds to the classification. So we have a fake image here. It's fake. Oh, this one is even post-mortem. I'm sorry, I'm showing a lot of dead eyes. It's fake. The model, the AI model, assume that it also says or classifies this correctly. It's fake. So we can look at the classification loss, so compare the classification outcomes from the ground truth and the model. And this may be our goal. Actually, this is what is the classical approach now in training neural networks. Just look at the result, not only this, but look at the classification result. But what we can have also, and this is what you can collect, and this is what we collected, and this is what you saw on the previous slide, is also human salience. Again, we can ask the human or ask humans, you think it's fake, tell me why it's fake. This heat maps again points to important regions imported for a given human or set of humans to tell that it's a fake image. We can also ask the model to tell us exactly the same, right? And what I'm showing, this color heat maps here are authentic in a sense that they were generated for that sample. So I ran this sample through the neural network and then got something that we call class activation mapping. And this tells us where this model was looking. And if you look at the right heat map, it picked pretty well most of the features. There's a metal retractor used to open the eye. Okay, I'm going to more and more gruesome things. But in the top left corner, there's something that probably is an error, right? So this model is not looking at features that perhaps are important, because what these neural networks are actually learning, they can learn everything that is accidentally correlated with the class label. So many of these features are actually totally accidental. So we can compare these two things and tell the model during the training, okay, the classification is important, but also where you're looking is equally important. And where to look is given by the human salience that you can provide with the data. Of course, every approach needs to have a name, so we coined the name, which we call cyborg, conveying brain oversight to raise generalization. Where these models are looking, so this is the classical model trained without any human salience, and this is the example of the model trained with human salience. And you can see that the models trained with human salience, they are focused on correct features in some sense, right? So in this sample, we have some specular highlights, and we have some metal retractor that definitely says or suggests that it's a fake sample. The same with faces, just to show that it's not only working for irises. So we asked for a very similar thing, just which one is fake, which one is real. If you think it's fake or real, independently of the classification result, please annotate regions that are important for you, which areas supported your decision. We collected very similar salience from humans. This is a fake image generated by one of our previous methods, which was not deep learning based. And people were actually focusing on eyes, which for some reason were weird for these people, and nose and mouth. So again, we can get a very precise information where people are looking. Again, train models with the same, using the same idea. Classical models look basically everywhere. So there's the fake iris image, fake face image generated by one of the style gun models. Contrary, the cyborg model looks focusing on some spots in this image. In this case, the model found that nose is probably suspicious for some reason, and there is something on the teeth that probably also is suspicious, some pattern that maybe humans even, it would be perhaps difficult for humans to spot. The last plot. But now I have 3 plots, which means that we really do very complicated things, but I'm just kidding. So this is for face, this is for the scenario I showed just a few slides before. So one of the important things for us is also something that we call overfitting or generalization. So all these models, and I could just keep showing this plots because the trend is basically the same for all the models, all different architectures that we trained, many different databases, many different combinations of databases. So we really did a pretty decent job to test whether this approach works, and it's actually working pretty well. So what you can see in this plot is the accuracy of a model being trained. Epoch is just one epoch is presentation of the whole data set, training data set. And you can see that the accuracy of with human salience in models trained with human salience goes pretty quickly to 90-something%, 95% after a few first epochs. in contrast, the model trained without this human saliency stays around 80% for a given task, for a given data set, which is very encouraging as well. So I think my time slowly goes to the end. So a few takeaway points, which basically a big summary would be the following. We have pretty effective visual machine here. We know how to do transfer learning in deep learning, where we have at least a few very effective approaches. We're not super well, or it's not super well explored how we can do the transfer learning from the brain to deep learning. So this is why it is so fascinating. There are many actually teams working on this, but it brings something to the table. So instead of steering the data and in the same pot and trying to improve the state of the art by 0.3%, instead of that, maybe it's useful or it makes more sense to look around and ask someone who knows something else than we know, which means in our case, human experts or humans in general can bring some interesting information to the table and make our algorithms better. I mentioned stable diffusion model. We have a lot of fun with this in the lab as well. So I typed word biometrics day phrase, and this is what this model understands as word biometrics day. I don't know if we're happy with this. Organizers probably want to kill me right now because this doesn't make too much sense to me. But you can see some elements like a hand with 6 fingers, for instance, touching some iPad or other tablet. So there is some understanding how in these models, but this is what is the real picture of World Biometrics Day. So I think I would like to thank a lot organizers, including Global Biometrics Council, which is a great initiative. So I think the more initiatives like this we have, the better for us, because this is just yet another platform to exchange ideas and discuss, especially about ethics and biometrics. We have a lot of problems with not only accuracy, but also ethics and privacy. So especially players from the market, not only from academia, but also from the market, put together, or else if we sit together at one table, it's always good. It's always bringing some good things. So I'm pretty happy to see this council being launched, and it looks like it spins off, which is a great opportunity for us to talk, to discuss different things. And I would like to also thank my students and collaborators. As always, this kind of things are not just do not have one author, and I'm really grateful for many students, not only those in the slide, helping me to actually be where I am right now. Thank you so much.
Okay, it seems that it was a wrap, honestly. You have just done my job. Thank you so much, Professor, for your insightful talk. Audience was absolutely thrilled to hear your points. But indeed, we reached to the point when we need to be that dear, but before we do that, we need to recap, we need to wrap up once more. And I would like, therefore, to ask 2 people back on the stage. Professor Barbara Mróz-Gorgoń and Dr. Mateusz Trokielewicz, that they will do the summary of the session before we close it and before we call it for a day. So I will not be taking too much of their time. I would like at that moment leave everything in their hands. But before I say so, I wanted to only tell you that it was an absolute pleasure and privilege to have all these so broad-minded people here at Curtin University, Dubai. And I am just so thankful for your presence here, for all the insights that you delivered. Thank you so much once more. And thank you for the time that you have committed and your consent of coming here. It was a pleasure.
Amy, yeah. And so it's a huge privilege to be here. First off, so Anna, thank you so much for having us. We as a Global Biometrics organization, so Global Biometrics Council, I'm a huge privilege to have this wonderful team of international scientists and practitioners as a team, as I mentioned before, with the wonderful vice president that is Professor Mateusz Trokielewicz as well. And together we co-created amazing value, I suppose, today with the Carleton University. Thanks to you, Dan. Anna, Dan is also here with us. So thank you, guys. Thank you, wonderful audience, for having us and for being so interactive, because this is always a huge value for each and single conference and a webinar as well. We are very honored that we had so amazing participants with us on this stage, not only scientists, but practitioners. We had 3 amazing startups. And if I may say, I think as a conclusions based on the 4th different panels for different parts of our meeting today, we can say that biometric is the thing. Secondly, the fusion of biometric is the keyword for the security systems. And I will add one more thing, that Poland is a cradle of fintechs and biometric fintechs, as well, as you could see today. So maybe this is our value as an import or to be exported to Dubai as the best asset to you all. Mateusz, do you want to add something?
Yeah, so actually, not really, because you covered all the topics and all the thank yous. Thank you very much, guys, especially Mahos. Thank you for your 20-hour flight. And so, yeah, now we have, Adam, please stay with us a little longer, because now we have a small surprise for you guys. So we would like to give some certificates of the honorary membership of the Biometrics Council. And the first one goes to Mahos. Masha, you have the...
Yeah, so please, obviously the very hard part of it, and you know, with the frame and everything will go to you directly.
Yeah, that will appear in your mail, a physical mail.
We just hope that you agree to join the Global Biometrics Council now.
Thank you for it.
And okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and the second one, this one's for you, Adam. Thank you so much for taking the time after your schedule to give this keynote to support us throughout the process of creating everything that led to today. So we have a certificate for you as well, an honorary membership of the Global Biometrics Council. So there's a hard copy for you. Apparently you cannot collect it, but there it is.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Mateusz, you promised to visit Notre Dame, so you need to take it. And hello, Mahos, and congratulations.
Well, we will, and actually that was a marketing trick a bit, because now 2 of the best well-known professors like worldwide, you have no other way. You just need to join us in the future trip of the value creation, referring to the promotion of biometrics and education and educating people, that we have some plans to expand, referring to university here and maybe elsewhere. I will just tell secretly. So I will say the final note that I think we are just heading into the end of today's meeting. So one more time, thank you so much for being here, not only here, but also online. Thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, the whole event is recorded. So anytime, anywhere, you can just easily pick it and maybe take some quotations and cite whatever you want, or you can, all of us, just welcome warmly somewhere else. But it's not the end, it's just the beginning. So Next year, next year there will be another World Biometrics Day, and I will just secretly say nothing more.
Yeah, so please join us next year. And thank you so much for attending this year.
Closer to
Thrilled
me,
to
I'm
have you.
happy.